Microphones on, laptops muted. We're just waiting for the stream of YouTube. Live. And it's 9:30. We're good? Okay.
Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Dylan Reed, Peter Reed, and Doug Wilkins. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment's decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on the speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Secretary Treasurer, Deputy Secretary, are there any minutes from last meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for today.
Any declarations of interest from panel or staff from today's morning session? No. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, the deferral request this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so everyone knows, there are no files to be closed this morning. Regarding deferrals, yes, 2 for this morning. Item number 2, 121 Avenue Road, file number A0819/23TEY, as well as item number 18, 295 Strathmore Boulevard, file number A0627/24TEY. Okay. We can probably deal with those 2 matters at this time. Okay. We do have the agents here.
Excellent.
So perhaps we can start with item number 2.
Okay, hang on a sec. I'll just read it into the record. Item number 2 is 121 Avenue Road. This is an application to alter the approved 8-story mixed-use building approved by T-Lab by constructing a rooftop pool, a side south extension of the rooftop terrace, screening for relocated mechanical equipment on the upper roof, and increasing the height of the elevator overrun. The site is also subject to a current site plan control application. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, revised zoning notice dated September 16th, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the planning consultant, deferral request from the agent, previous decision numbers affecting the subject property, and site-specific zoning bylaw. We also have a staff report from community planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Haley McWilliam. My address is 3 Church Street.
Great, thanks. You're seeking a deferral?
Yes, that's correct. We're requesting a deferral. The reason being that through discussions with staff, we've determined that we need to modify the requested variance slightly just to permit an additional projection. So the deferral is requested to allow time for us to receive the updated zoning notice and then update our materials and then provide the appropriate notice of public hearing.
Great, thanks very much. Panel is pretty much automatic. Let's go into committee. Can I have a motion?
I'll move to
Mr.
defer.
Motion to defer.
Yeah,
by
the
Mr.
motion
Will.
is to defer on the basis of the procedural fairness interest of getting a proper notice out to the public.
Thank you, sir. Seconded by Peter Reed. All in favor? You have your deferral, ma'am. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move on to item number 18. Just press the button. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, oh, hi. Item number 18, 295 Strathmore Boulevard. This is an application to construct a 2-story ancillary building containing a laneway suite and a rear 2nd-story balcony. In the rear yard abutting the laneway, there will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, one within the main house and one within the laneway suite. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, received September 5th, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent. We have staff reports from TTC, Urban Forestry, and Community Planning. We have correspondence in support from 297 Strathmore, correspondence in opposition from 293 Strathmore, 3 form letters in opposition from 291, 299, 301 Strathmore, materials in opposition on behalf of 293 Strathmore.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We also have 1 registered speaker online, so we'll have to go to them regarding the deferral request.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Lee. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 295 Strathmore Boulevard. We're with Victoria Planning and Management. We'd like to request a deferral given the proposed changes by the province this week to Ontario Regulation 29919, additional residential units, and also to allow for more time to speak with the neighbors about the proposed development.
And what's the effect of that change proposed by the province?
It's to improve the ability to facilitate the creation of additional residential units, mainly to garden suites and laneway suites, and some with basement suites. So those would be to, I guess, reduce and remove some of the performance standards that often come up in certain applications.
Okay. Panel, any questions? All
Through
right,
you,
we-
Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the registered speaker then. Jennifer Kapler.
Good morning. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning.
Hi, if I have your name and address, please.
Yes, Jennifer Kapler, 293 Strathmore Boulevard.
You've heard that the applicant has requested a deferral, so all I'm really going to ask you this morning is if you agree or not with the request for a deferral.
We agree.
That's great. Thank you very much. All right, panel. Peter?
Chair, I think a deferral request is reasonable here, particularly given the concerns of community planning. I think that this, I think a bit of time would be beneficial to relook at this plan. So I move deferral of the application.
Okay. Mr. Reed moves deferral, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your deferral, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can then go to number 1.
Okay. We return to the agenda. Item number 1 is 130 Eaton Avenue. This is an application to convert the existing 2-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard, into 1 garden suite and to construct a front cantilever canopy. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 dwelling unit within the main house and 1 within the ancillary building. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received September the 12th, a red line variance list from the agent, 8 photographs of subject property, decision number A0577/18TUY affecting the subject property, copy of an MLS real estate listing for the property. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services, Community Planning, and an advisory report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item at this time. We'll unmute Trevor Gain.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Trevor Gain, agent here on behalf of the owners. I'm at 10 Celebrity Place in Markham.
Great, thanks. So you've done a red line, you've made some changes to the variances?
Yeah, this was in negotiations with city planning, which is outlined in their report. So kind of at a high level, this should be a relatively simple application. It's an existing 2-story structure, and it's really just interior alterations to convert a garage and some sort of second floor workspace into a garden suite. So there was an existing approved rear yard soft landscaping of 17% in that previous decision you mentioned. However, community planning would like an increase in that soft, and we obliged because before there was a driveway leading to the structure. Now it's habitable space, so there's an opportunity to kind of pull up some of that driveway and put a garden space or some planting space in front of this structure. So that's what that red line reads, and that's what we would like to change variance number 1 to increase the soft as outlined in that red. So from the proposed 17%, or I guess the requested 17%, we're pushing it up to 25% at 25.67 meters.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Mr. Reed?
I believe there's 2 variances that you eliminated as well. Could you just tell us which ones those are?
No, we did not eliminate any variances that I'm aware of.
Oh, no? Okay. Sorry, I thought that there was, okay, great.
So this is a dwelling that already exists. It looked like you submitted some photographs that showed the interior renovations.
Sorry, can I just go back? The redlined one has 8 variances, and the original notification is 10 variances.
It might be how that was my original waiver that I submitted, and then depending on how the staff wrote up the actual mailer. So we still have the 10 variances. We'll go with the original committee of adjustment notice, and we're just changing variance number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So to continue on with your comment.
Yeah, so it looked like from the photos that you submitted that the interior renovations have been completed.
Yeah, so if you back up 1 page on those photographs right to the first one. So this was one more, all the way to the top, please. Of that. So this was a 1994 MLS listing for this property. And if you go to the highlighted sections down in the bottom of that page, we highlighted the date of 1994, and directly above that it says, 2-story double car garage with big room for a workhouse or whatever. So I just try to prove the history here. So this has been in place for at least 1994. And if you start turning the pages, we look at the next photograph in that package. That's it in 1994. And the next page, in 2018, when they renovated the house and did additions, they just cleaned up this garage and left it as that. And that time, you can see the garage door. It's basically set up for a garden suite, and that's what we're here for today. Unfortunately, we have these 10 variances, which are all reflecting this existing condition. Because speaking to zoning, they'll consider this existing if we can prove that it existed since the 60s, and all we could get is 1994, unfortunately. So, you know, looking at that first photo, it's quite clear that it's been there for a while. It's not brand new. And if you scroll down, we're just showing you the inside of there's the existing 1994 interior space. And the next photo after that, it's just been renovated and cleaned up. So, but there's no order to comply zone anymore. It's just basically uninhabitable space, and it's still a garage underneath. And the application before you is to remove the parking space and add a dwelling unit in this existing structure.
Yep, that's fine. I just want, I mean, my question was mostly about if it's already been renovated, you've done that using building permits, you haven't, or the owner, whenever it was done, did it properly.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, it's just kind of sitting here, and this is why the application's from 2022, because we were trying to dig up as much existing information we can, but it just doesn't exist. So, unfortunately, it's being treated as a brand new structure.
Okay.
Then we'll have to like retrofit some of the permits and whatnot. But essentially, in terms of impact, it's been there for at least 30 years.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions, Peter or Dylan?
Yeah, just a question. I just want to make sure that the owners fully understand that they're not supposed to use the driveway for parking, because that'll be the emergency access to the garden suite. Are they clear on that?
Yeah, that's a mutual driveway. So that's why we have zero parking variance proposed. And, you know, the driveway is still used for the neighbor to the north. They come in and they park in that little section called existing parking. So, yeah, they cannot park on it because it's a mutual driveway. They're well aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We good? All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone want to take this one? Dylan?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I mean, this is basically an existing condition. It sounds like they've been thoughtful in terms of adapting this situation to our garden suite. So I think this is definitely a desirable addition of useful, habitable space to the city. So I move that we approve all of the variances.
So it's an amended.
As amended.
And
As
there
amended.
are planning conditions.
And with the planning condition, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Hang on a second. Motion by Mr. Reed with those conditions, seconded by Peter Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item number 3. 8 Oak Park Ave. This is an application to construct a new 2-story garden suite in the rear yard of the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling. The existing 1-story detached garage in the rear yard will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from Transportation Services, and from the TTC. We have 3 form letters in support from numbers 2, 4, and 10 Oak Park Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. My name is Faizan Akhtar, FA Engineering, 1237 Woodbine Avenue, M4C4E5.
Okay, maybe if, I know you've got support, no opposition, but I think we'd benefit from just a very brief presentation on this one.
Yes, I can do a brief presentation. So we're looking to demolish the existing rear garage and convert it into a garden home. It's for the extended family of the owner. She's a single mother and she's looking to house her grandkids there. We've got similar variances approved for 10 Oak Park. We were here before the committee a few months ago, and we got similar variances approved for 10 Oak Park. It will be a 2-story garden home. The main floor will be open concept, and the second floor will house about 3 bedrooms.
That's it?
Yes, and we're not asking for, I think, height variances. We're just asking for angular planes.
Panel, any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, you have a variance for no bicycle parking, but I think that there's actually bicycle parking on the plans.
Yes, I'm not sure why it was overlooked. We have actually proposed bicycle parking. I'm not sure why it was overlooked either by the zoning examiner.
Or could we remove variance 10 about?
Sure,
the
yeah, sure, and we can propose bicycle parking somewhere on the interior or around the perimeter there.
Right, okay, so we can remove variance 10, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks.
You are seeking a variance for rear yard landscaping, so you're at 29%.
Yep.
Looking at your site plan, it's a little bit on the light side. Is there anything you can do to improve that a little bit?
The issue is the current occupant. They are older couple and they require deck or a ramp to get access to the back of their property, and we have a large ramp in the backyard. That was one of the reasons for having a lower landscaping.
Is that, so it says existing deck on the site plan. Is that like a wooden
Yeah,
deck?
yeah, it's a wooden deck that has a bit of a ramp. It is a slightly larger deck, but these homes, the semi-detached homes, they are smaller lots, right?
Right.
So I mean, there was just only as much we could work with.
And it looks like you've got landscaping around the perimeter of the.
Yeah, so we've tried to propose as much landscaping as we could.
Okay. And there, underneath the deck, is it sort of dirt, gravel?
Yeah, it's just dirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I recall the application at number 10, whenever that was, half a year ago or so. Can you explain the size of what's being proposed now versus what was approved at 10 and how they interact?
Yeah,
with
it's
each other?
exactly, it's almost exactly the same. It's probably smaller at this one, but they're almost the same.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Pete or Dylan?
I just want to make sure, so obviously the mutual driveway will be for emergency access, so they understand that they can't park in that driveway, right?
Yeah, they won't be parking there.
Okay, anything else? All right, let's take this into committee. Who wants to start us off on the Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I had concerns with this application, particularly around the angular plane, but I do think in regard to what's behind it, the large kind of, the auto dealership, I think that it works all right, and especially with the existence of another laneway suite just north of it. So I think it's supportable. I think it's pushing it, but I would move approval of the application as amended with variance 10 deleted.
Okay, motion to approve.
Through you, Mr. Chair, conditions?
There is TDC conditions,
Oh,
yes.
pardon me, yeah, and the TTC condition. Thanks.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval. I would just note that it's also like a 1-minute walk from the Danforth subway as well, right? Okay. That is approved unanimously. We move on to item number 4. 1474 St. Clair Ave West. This is an application to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 1103-2009 for a new 9-story mixed-use building by increasing the building height, non-residential and residential gross floor area, as well as modifications to the building step back and reducing the number of vehicular parking spaces. There will be a total of 60 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 12 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, decision number A1328/19TUI affecting the subject property, Toronto Local Appeal Body decision and order number affecting the subject property, arborist report, engineering letter, planning rationale received September the 6th, shadow study, and additional transportation letter received September the 5th. Presentation materials from the agent, copy of the site-specific zoning bylaw, and a copy to permit or injure or destroy, remove trees. We have correspondence from Transportation Services and staff reports from Metrolinx and Community Planning. There is a letter from the counselor as well received September 19th in support of this application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, I'll unmute Benjamin Larson.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Larson. I'm a planner and partner at Elevate Planning and Project Management, address 15 Gervais Drive, Suite 503, Toronto.
Great, sir. I wonder if we could have a short presentation.
Sure, if you could have my presentation on, I put the figure numbers in the bottom left. If we can go to figure 1. The next page, please. Okay, so I'll start the file. On this application, you have to understand the file history, as it's very important. That's why I put together this visual chronology. On the left side of the screen in 2020, you can see there was a variance and a site plan approval that allowed for a 9-story building on the site. Following that, the new owner bought the site and proceeded through an SPA review with a revised proposal. The bottom of the screen in orange shows the C of A process we've gone through, which is inclusive of an open house that was held in June. Overall, it's been logical and orderly. If I could have figure 2, please. I'll touch upon communications. There's a counselor letter, obviously, in support. I want to note that the owner has agreed to a Section 45 contribution. There's a city planning memo in support and indicating they're aware of the file. I note how they describe the revised proposal as being similar to the previous approval. And they also acknowledge that the revised proposal is it's a matter of simplifying the building form. And then again, city transportation has no objections. Figure 3, please. This slide will compare the previous approval to the revised proposal. The height is generally maintained at 9 stories, but the rear steps have been regularized, as you can see in the bottom of the screen. These refinements do a lot of positive things, which is summarized by the orange information at the bottom of the screen. Notably, there are larger 2- and 3-bedroom units now. There are more 2- and 3-bedroom units. There are taller ceiling heights, and now the amenity space is consolidated on the 9th level. If I could add figure 4, please. The refinements in the rear of the building are well grounded in contemporary planning framework changes, as noted by city planning in their memo. The revised proposal implements the intent of the draft mid-rise guidelines, which have been or are being revised to recommend rear massing direction that reflects a more simplified building form with step backs instead of an angular plane, while also maintaining appropriate separation distances to those neighborhood properties that are generally behind these development sites. On the screen now is the city's visual from that exercise. Figure 7, please. This will show a bird's eye view of the site, and you can see how the proposed setbacks, which are shown by those black lines, range from about 7.5 to 15 meters of separation distance to the nearest property to the north. And you can also see how the properties to the north are perpendicular to the subject site, meaning as you move further north, the 2 slides, figure 7, please. You'll see a bird's eye view. And you'll see that given that the perpendicular nature, the spatial separation increases as you move further north. Figure 8, please. Included in our package are shadow reviews. I've provided here the September shadow test, morning and afternoon. You can see how the previous approval and the revised proposal are very similar in impact. The next slide, please, figure 9. This shows the June test period, and you can see that the shadows are generally contained within the public lane and don't even impact the neighborhoods due to the stepping in the back. Figure 12, please. The revised proposal continues to be a good fit within the site context that the site finds itself within once this loads. And this context, which you'll see soon on the screen, is inclusive of approvals for mid-rise development activity, with some approvals approved at heights that nearly double the planned right-of-way width of 30 meters, which is St. Clair. I just see it's still loading, but I think just give it a second. Is it loading for the panel? I can't.
No, it's we're still waiting. There we go.
This one here, that just overlays all the development activity. And again, some of these projects are double the 30-meter right-of-way width. So this is a context of mid-rise intensification. Next slide, please, figure 13. This will show the transit context. Again, this is the right area for this type of development activity. It's located along St. Clair, which is a higher order transit corridor, with the St. Clair streetcar, which operates in a dedicated lane. And then you have connections to the east to the subway. Figure 17, please. Regarding the variances themselves, I have included tables on figures 16, 17, 18, which show how many of the variances for the previous approval are quite similar to what we're seeking today, And then in orange, I provided further analysis if variances are slightly different. In particular, variants 5, 17, and 18 relate to the angular plane encroachment in the back, but it's my opinion that it aligns with contemporary planning framework changes. Additionally, the shadows are adequately limited and privacy is maintained through the spatial separation. And just to sum it up, it's my opinion it meets the 4 tests. The variances individually and collectively are considered minor as they produce a building that contextually fits. It's desirable as it allows for high quality housing options, including larger family suites, with nearly 60% of the unit split being 2 and 3 bedroom. And it meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw and the OP, which envisions mid-rise building development activity along with stretch. But that sums it up pretty much.
Okay, thanks very much. Panel, any questions? The unit mix with the additional units, is it same as the original unit mix?
It's much better. The original unit mix was 24% 2 bedroom, 4% 3 bedroom. The current unit mix is 48% 2 bedroom and 12% 3 bedroom. So it used to be about 28% 2 and 3s, and now it's 60% 2 and 3s. And not only that, the unit sizes have all increased. There's some, as you can see in my rationale report, which go to 800, 900 square feet, given the regularized floor plates.
Yeah, it's good to see the higher percentage of larger units. That's great. Any further questions, panel? We okay? All right, sir. Thanks very much. Let's take this into committee.
Thank you.
Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, this seems entirely reasonable. A lot of the variances are actually follow ones that have basically been approved earlier. The key thing is the removing the angular plane and instead doing step backs, and I noticed that they have actually done more generous step backs than even would be required under the upcoming guidelines.
Right.
That seems very thoughtful the way they've done it, and clearly it's greatly improved the unit mix and the space for the unit. So I think this is definitely a desirable proposal.
Okay, that's great.
And I also noticed that there's a planning condition that imposes the elevation, so that's very helpful as well.
And importantly, the Section 37 money.
Yes, that too.
Okay, is that a motion?
It can be, yes.
Sure, let's turn it into a
I'll make
motion.
a motion to approve these variances for the reasons I've discussed
With
with
those-
the planning condition.
Okay, that's great. Second by Mr.
Oh, and there's a Metrolinx condition too, the advisory,
Is it a condition or is it advisory?
I think it's the
Through you,
condition.
Mr. Chair, it's the warning clause.
It's the warning
Warning
clause, yeah.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Reed with a condition, planning condition, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. All right, we move on to item number 5. 224 to 240 Adelaide Street West. This is an application to alter the development standard. This is approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 1042-2022 for a 60-story mixed-use building for residential and retail uses by adding a hotel use and to increase the building height and total gross floor area as well as reduce the amenity space and the number of parking spaces. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, an addendum to pedestrian level wind study, summary of revisions to approved zoning bylaw amendment for servicing and stormwater management, a sun and shadow study, transportation update letter, presentation materials from the agent, copy of the site-specific zoning bylaw 1042-2022, and revised diagram 3 affecting the subject property. We have correspondence from Heritage Planning, Transportation Services, and staff report from Community Planning, and the advisory report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Excuse me, good morning. I'm just getting over a cold. My name is Mike Drord. My address is 3 Church Street. I'm a partner and a planner at Bousfields.
Great.
Also here with me is Brittany Livingston from Free Developments, sitting behind me, who's available in case there's any questions that relate to more detailed matters.
All right. Thank you. I think we'll need a presentation on this one.
Sure. And there is a revised presentation, which should be in the, I think, the late materials folder, which is just slightly different from the original. but nothing substantial. I think that looks like the one. So just, I'll try to be brief, given that there are no objections either from the public or any city agencies or divisions. At a high level, the application is to modify an existing approval from 2022, from July of 2022. Since that time, the applicant has reconsidered the application and decided to include a hotel within the building, which is something somewhat rare within the city of Toronto, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic. But through that reconsideration of the building, the addition of the hotel on 8 floors of the building, we're also looking for a slight increase in height from 60 to 63 stories, as well as the introduction of a restaurant and bar to the rooftop of the building, whereas currently only amenity spaces are proposed to or are allowed to be there. So if you go to the next slide, and I'll kind of skip through some of the context, but the site is located in KINGSTON in the city of Toronto, at the corner of Adelaide and Duncan, just west of the Financial District. Next slide. From a policy perspective, and maybe through to the next one as well, the site is located in the east precinct in Zone A of the KINGSTON secondary plan, where the tallest heights are anticipated to be located in the downtown, and particularly in KINGSTON. Next slide. Getting into the variances, the first variance is related to density, and particularly to increase the permitted GFA from just over 36,000 to just under 39,000 square meters of gross floor area. That's to accommodate the 3 additional floors. And we can see a rendering of the building on the right of the page. Next slide. With respect to height, there is an increase in 3 stories. That's actually expressed not in stories, but in meters in the bylaw. So what's being proposed is an increase in height at the northeast and northwest corners of the tower from 188 to 199 meters, an 11 meter increase. And then an increase in the southwest and southeast corners of the building from 199 to 219 meters, or 20 meter increase. And that's both to allow for the 3 additional stores, but also to increase the distinctiveness of the tower's top and really add a distinctive feature to the skyline of KINGSTON and the city of Toronto as a whole. And then in addition, with respect to height, there's an increase in the 6th floor roof, which is at the southeast corner of the building, increase in the height from 22.5 to 23.5, a 1 meter increase to allow for an outdoor pool, which will be part of the building's amenity spaces. Next slide. We can skip through this one just in the interest of time. Go then to the next slide. This is a variance related to the top of the tower. So currently, the only permitted use above a certain height, above the height of the residential uses, is amenity spaces. Through the reconsideration of the building, the proposal is now to actually locate a restaurant there. So what we're doing is to allow for non-residential uses within that space along with amenity spaces, while also permitting some limited mechanical elements up there to that are required, determined through the detailed site plan process we're currently going through. Next slide. Variances 4 and 5 related to a notch at the back of the building, the northeast corner of the tower, which is that area A on the diagram. That was provided in order to provide some relief to the building to the north of 21 Nelson. There is no change to the actual impacts to that building, because the change essentially is to reduce the east-west width for that space from 18 meters to 15.6 meters. But there's no change in terms of impact, because the change is to enclose a beam, a column, at the west end of that area A. Essentially, before it was exterior, now it's going to be interior. So the space has been shrunk by 2.4 meters, but effectively no change in terms of views, because it's essentially a column that's being now just enclosed, but that will block views to the north and continue to provide for an appropriate facing condition. And next slide. There's a variance related to shared amenities. So we're proposing to slightly reduce the rate of amenity space from 2.5 to 2.3 square meters per unit, and also to allow for that space, or a portion of that space, both the indoor and the outdoor, to be shared between the hotel use, which is now proposed to be part of the building, and the building's residents. And there's a few slides, if you go to the next page, which just demonstrate what some of that looks like. This is the pool area on the 6th floor. Next slide. And there are 2 images showing the rooftop, or sorry, the 5th and the 6th floor, which I can get to if there's any questions, but essentially showing where some of the exclusive spaces are for residents and which some of the shared spaces are as well. And finally, and I know I'm running out of time, the last variance is variance 7 related to parking. There's a proposal to reduce the parking at grade from 3 down to 1. It's a shared space between non-residential and visitor spaces, and that's going to be reduced to 1 to allow for some additional required uses at grade that were required due to the ongoing SBA coordination that's currently ongoing. I'll stop it there, but I'll just share
That's
my
great.
recommendation is to approve.
Thanks so much.
And it meets the four tests.
You've
Thank you.
seen, I assume, the planning report, you've negotiated the Section 37 agreement?
Yeah, so through a Section 45-9 agreement,
Section 45.
the proposal is to provide for an additional community benefit. There's already a Section 37, which will provide for $6 million toward community benefits. That includes $1.2 million toward affordable housing and $4.8 toward a number of other things. This Section 45-9 would add to that by providing an additional $500,000 toward a number of things, including potentially affordable housing.
That's great, good news. You mentioned in your opening remarks that there wasn't any opposition from either staff or individuals, but there is a letter on record from what sounds like the competitor across the street, King Edward Hotel.
I don't think I've seen that. So.
And that's going to be later on. I wonder if you
Okay.
could speak to that anyways.
I'll refrain and provide no comment.
All right, we'll just hold that thought. All right, any questions, Dylan?
Yeah, I have a few concerns about the amenity spaces. First of all, you've removed amenity space at the top of the building for residents. I was wondering if that is being compensated by increased amenity space somewhere else. And secondly, I'm a bit concerned about the amount of amenity space that's shared with the hotel, which it seemed might be closed off to residents at some points. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Sure. So there is a slight reduction in amenity space within the building from 2.5 to 2.3 square meters. So there is a reduction. I'm just going to go to my notes. However, it is a reduction which is generally in line with other approvals in the downtown and Kingston in particular. There have been many approvals, especially recently with rates that are similar to what's being proposed here. And while it is a reduction from the 4 square meters overall, it is generally in line again with other approvals in the area. Given this is an amenity-rich area, probably one of the most amenity-rich areas in the city, Kingston has lots of different amenities, including public cultural institutions and shops, restaurants, and parks, and so on. This is a location where it likely merits, or there's some rationale for reducing the amenity space. And there's an understanding this is an appropriate condition for future residents of the building. With respect to the sharing, so there is some exclusive space as well. If you turn to, back to my presentation, if you go to page 13 perhaps. So it's maybe a little hard to tell the different colors, but the red area is an exclusive residential use outdoor space that's located on the rooftop of the 5th floor, on the 5th floor. And then next to it is an exclusive residential use interior amenity, which is in the pink. Then the blue is all shared interior amenities, which share between the hotel use and the residential uses. And then in the green at the northeast corner is an exterior shared amenity space between hotel and residential. And then if you go to the next floor, in the 6th floor, there's a kind of a similar condition where we see in blue shared interior space between the hotel and the residents, and in green space that is shared, exterior space shared between the hotel and the residents. So there is the ability to potentially close off some of that space for residents, but it's similar to what would be the case in a regular condo building, where often, on occasion, amenity space is closed for private events, for rentals of, for example, party rooms, that sort of thing. So there is that ability, but only for short-term periods, and only on a limited basis. It would still have to, sorry. Not sure if that was me. But there would still be the ability to, sorry, that's my train of thought. The building would still have spaces that are just for the residents, but also amenities that are shared between the two uses.
So those shared spaces, I mean, are they going to be closed outside of hotel hours?
They would be likely closed in some, depending on, although it would be figured out probably on a long-term, or sorry, through agreements between a condo and a hotel, which would be figured out long-term. But in terms of, sorry, Okay.
Laptop, microphone on?
So, yeah, so there would likely be the ability to close it during off hours for the hotel. But again, that is actually fairly similar to a typical condo where most amenities do close at a certain time. Hotels operate, at pretty long hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? We good? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's take this into committee. Dylan, are your concerns addressed? Okay, you want to speak to it?
I'm just feeling like it's not clear to me that the residents will have the degree. I mean, in some ways it could be great, like obviously the pool looks really great and those look like really nice amenities. It's just, I do have some concerns about taking away what should be exclusive residence amenities and making it shared with hotel guests, which may be closed off in a more frequently, or may not really feel accessible and such like that. So I'm not totally convinced by that aspect of it, because it's actually the exclusive amenity space for residents is actually quite limited.
Okay. Anyone else? Peter?
I'm not so concerned about the amenity question, and I think it's lessened because of the hotel's not a huge, it's not a huge gross floor area for the hotel area, and so I think the number of clients wouldn't necessarily be massive. And I think even like with I think it's desirable having the restaurant on the roof instead of just a basic amenity. I think that's something that can serve the broader area. I think the variances are quite minor, and I think particularly with the planning condition of adding another 500,000, I think that's a net benefit to the area, so I'm going to support it.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Maybe I'll entertain a motion. Peter?
For the reasons I stated, I'll move approval of the application subject to community planning condition.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? Opposed? Dylan Reed is opposed. The motion carries. And I want to go on record, I'm sure the King Eddie is quite pleased with your application. All right, let's move on to item number 6. 782 Markham Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial front 1-story addition, a rear 2-story addition, a side 2nd-story cantilevered extension, a front porch, and a rear ground floor deck. The existing front porch and rear ground floor deck will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received September 12th. Red line public notice received September 12th. Revised zoning notice received September the 5th. 4 photographs of trees on the subject property. Covering letter from the agent. A list of comparable FSI and building depth approvals in the area. Email correspondence from Transportation Services, staff reports from Community Planning and Urban Forestry. And there is 1 form letter in support from 780 Markham Street and 1 letter in concern from no name provided, Shirley at 761 Palmerston Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tom Sprague from Sprague and Company Architects, and our address here in Toronto is 156 Duncan Mill Road. I'll just give a very, very brief background to this application. First of all, we've had communication with community planning, and that was the community planning with respect to what they would like us to change the front yard setback from 0.43 meters, as we indicated on the revised drawing, to make it 0.53. And the reason why they'd like to do, there you go, The reason they'd like to make that change was so that it would be the same setback as the house to the south, number 780 Markham, which is actually a two-story house, and keep that same setback of 0.53 meters. So I know there's a staff report on asking that it be substantially in accordance with the site plan. But that one thing we would like to change on the variance, and instead of having it 0.43 meters, it's acceptable as indicated in my letter here to make that 0.53. So we'd like to make that change. Lastly, just what I'd like to quickly do is if you could pull up the supporting material which was posted on September the 11th. It was posted on September 11th. It was our supporting material, and I think it would that's the letter of support from the neighbor. But it was September 11th was our supporting material of other ones in the area, and I think would put it into context as far as the scale of what's being proposed here. It had been posted on September 11th. If you could pull that up.
Is this the FSI?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it was that one.
It's in the agenda materials.
Yes, well, if you've seen it, that's exactly what it is. And all I thought to pull it up, it really shows the scale of what's being proposed. And at the very bottom of the page is where we've indicated 782 Markham, both with respect to depth and floor space index. So as can be seen, there are many, many houses that are larger, and so what's being proposed is really quite minor compared to many things that you see on Markham Street. So very briefly, just to summarize, and my feeling is that opinion is this is very minor in nature, and it's reasonable, and I think a very appropriate development. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Okay, doesn't look like we have any questions. And the revised plans are the ones that community planning wants us to tie them to, right?
Yes, that's correct, and will also be 0.53 meters from the front lot line. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Let's take it into committee. Peter?
Chair, I'm happy to move a motion. I think this is a very reasonable application. The addition in the back of the house is limited to 2 stories, and the depth that it goes to is really in line with the nature of development in the rear yards of that block. The variances are small, and I think this is a sensitive and modest addition. So I'm happy to move approval subject to the transportation condition, community planning condition, and the urban forestry condition 1 and 2, and that's with the amended variance number 1.
Great, thank you. Motion to approve by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to item number 7, 21 Munford Crescent. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by converting the existing integral garage into habitable space and to construct a front 2nd-story balcony, also to permit a parking space in the front yard. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of the subject property, correspondence and interest from no name, no address, correspondence in opposition from two pieces of correspondence in opposition from 46 Munford Crescent. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jim Deltroy, 92 Roosevelt Road, East York. I represent D2 Build, the contractor who is planning to build this.
Great, thank you. Hold on, sir. Panel, do we need a presentation on this one? Or would I go straight to questions? There's no speaker, no. Do you want a presentation? I mean, we can have one if you like. Yeah, if you have a question, maybe we'll just go to questions, sir.
Did you have any correspondence with Transportation Department about the front yard parking?
Yes, it should be on file. I'm looking at the letter now dated June 27th from Blake Webb that he's reviewed this and confirmed that our unit, Transportation Services, has no concerns with the proposed parking pad. is completely on private property, and as this address is outside the boundaries of the former city of Toronto, it is not in conflict with any provisions set out in Chapter 918 of the Municipal Code.
Okay, thank you. We didn't actually have that in our package, I don't think.
Yeah,
But that would have been very helpful.
Yes, there is nothing to that effect.
Because that was forwarded to Jeff Chung at toronto.ca.
On the other hand, when transportation is uncomfortable, we certainly
Yeah,
hear
no,
from
no.
them.
That's actually helpful information, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Sir, we don't need a presentation. We've read all the material. Before we take it into committee for a decision, is there anything further you'd like to add?
Yeah, I know there's some concerns, I read them about, additional dwelling unit or possibly business from home, but if you look at the design, they're actually opening up the kitchen into the garage space, and they're not adding a shower or anything like that, so they simply want a family room where the kids can play and they can see them from the kitchen.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone want to take observations on this one? Dylan?
I just want to say, so normally I'm a bit concerned about front yard parking, but in this case, I think it's entirely reasonable, in fact, superior, taking out unused garage space for habitable space, and the front yard parking, there's already a driveway there, so it doesn't really impact the street. Right. And the parking is entirely on private property. So in this case, I think it's an entirely reasonable thing, and I was glad to see transportation didn't have any concerns. So I think that in this case, it's totally acceptable.
Is that a motion?
It can be.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay. Motion to approve the variance for the reasons stated.
And no conditions. Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve. Do I have seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay. Item number 8. 30 Charles Street East. This is an application to alter the existing 3-story residential apartment building by constructing one additional residential dwelling unit in the basement. There will be a total of 22 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has a plan before it, a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, decision numbers B0069/02TEY, and A0548/02TUI and A0473/08TUI affecting the subject property. There's an order to comply affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and from the TTC. We have a correspondence in interest from 30 Charles Street, Unit 34 and Unit 40. We have correspondence in opposition, many from 30 Charles Street, Unit 24, 2 people that don't give the units. Mr. Chandler, no address provided, and a letter on behalf of the St. Charles Court Tenant Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as 3 registered speakers in opposition for this
Great,
one.
thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's Peter Milchin, 192 Lakeshore Road West. I'm here as the agent on behalf of the owner. This property is an existing 21-unit, 3-story apartment building. It is a designated heritage building, and the proposal is to convert a basement storage space into an additional 2-bedroom unit of approximately 40 square meters. So the variances relate to the increase in the gross floor area and to the requirement, the city's requirement for visitor parking to be provided. The increase in the gross floor area is not as a result of any expansion of the building or its footprint. It's simply the repurposing of space in the basement that was excluded from the calculation of GFA. And there currently is no parking and no visitor parking on the property, so consequently it's not feasible to provide visitor parking at this point. There are no concerns raised by any departments. I would add that I did contact Heritage Preservation Services early in the process, just to ensure that they had no concerns. I see they haven't provided anything in writing to the committee, but they had been contacted and had no concerns. The application does meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. The variances are minor. It is appropriate development of the property, and it is generally in line with the intent of the zoning bylaw to permit this kind of addition to this building.
Great, thank you, sir. Maybe we'll go straight to the speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, I will call up Justin Cohen.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin Cowan. I live at 30 Charles Street East in apartment 32.
Okay. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Great. I'm here today on behalf of the tenants of the building. You'll see that there are a number of letters of objection and concern, and I'm here to ensure that those voices are heard. Of course, you're here to determine whether this this proposed change is a significant change of use with regards to the Planning Act, and whether it is suited to that particular location. We have information that I think is relevant to both of those points. To the first, this building is not currently really being operated as a traditional apartment building. The building is owned and was bought in March of 2023 by a company called Harrington Housing. This company markets itself as a provider of student housing, offering what they call a deluxe co-living experience. Essentially, how they operate is they take individual apartments, divide them up into as many rooms as possible, and then rent each individual room to students on a short-term or long-term basis. In addition, in many ways, they are operating this building in a way that is more akin to a hotel or a rooming house than a traditional apartment building. Additionally, many of the new tenants do not even receive standard leases. They receive what the company calls a license to occupy, which is intended to not create a landlord-tenant relationship. Of course, we cannot know right now exactly how this new unit will be used. However, the landlord has taken over 10 units of the 21 existing since they've come in possession of the building, and in each one they have subdivided them and rented out as many rooms as possible. In the unit next to mine, for example, there's a bedroom currently in use which can only be accessed through the washroom of the unit. So again, as many bedrooms as possible. There's also, along with this change of management, been a number of very serious property standards issues. This past winter, for 3 weeks, we were without heat or hot water as a result of negligent maintenance done by unlicensed technicians in our boiler room. More recently, and still ongoing, there's been a sewage leak in the basement, which has resulted in the smell of raw sewage in our entranceway. It is nearly impossible to get this company to perform necessary maintenance in our units, and we've seen at this property a very marked increase in the number of property standards complaints made to RentSafe, from 1 within the previous 5 years where they did not own the building to just to over 60 just last year. And so the tenants of this building feel that this proposed change is just a continuation of the landlord's attempt to squeeze as many people as possible into this building, make as much profit as possible at the expense of our health, our safety, and our basic decency. And for that reason, it should be denied. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. And I sympathize a great deal with your circumstance. And Dylan has a question, but what I will do is just sort of frame this as, it sounds like a lot of your concerns are with respect to building management and property management in terms of how the building is overseen, how it's leased out, and how it's maintained. And that isn't really before us today. What we have before us is simply a couple of variances with respect to the creation of additional unit. I know from the correspondence that that was a theme from many of the people who wrote in, was concerned about the building and how it's been managed. And we will ask the agent when he returns about that. But what we have before us as this committee is just variances solely with respect to the request for an additional unit. So thank you. Dylan, did you have a question?
Yes, so my understanding is that the additional unit is being proposed in a space that was formerly storage lockers and perhaps, well, is it also, some of it was formerly the laundry space, is that correct?
Yes, so there, it's space used for both storage and laundry. Yesterday, they took out our laundry amenities, so, and they're being moved to a smaller space, but the storage is being completely removed, yeah.
And I also understand from the correspondence that there is currently an ongoing application at the Landlord and Tenant Board about compensation for removal of storage, and that has not been resolved yet?
Yes, it's still to be resolved.
Okay, thank you very much.
And have you or your colleague tenants spoken to the city? Have you called 311 to get it inspected? Have you done all the stuff that you can to raise this with the authorities?
Yes, we have. Actually, I think the next speaker will speak more to our experience with Toronto buildings specifically. But again, this is, we find that this landlord has to be dragged to basically follow any of the rules with regards to property standards, with regards to buildings. As I mentioned, they've been subdividing many of the units. Every single time we've had to call building inspection to ask them to get permits for those subdivisions, and just generally very difficult.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Doug?
Just have a quick question for you. The storage facility that, did you personally have use to it?
I did not.
Okay. I'll save the question then for somebody else that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you very much for coming down today.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we now will hear from Tanya.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, so I'm also a tenant at 30 Charles.
So just your name, please?
Tanya Osmond.
Okay, and you're a resident of 30?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And so what I want to speak to is actually some more specifics, you know, in regards to building code, in regards to specifically health and safety that are going on here. So we know that they have taken over 10 of 21 units. They have been subdividing those units into between 2 to 4 bedrooms per unit, from bachelors to 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And that is actually giving us an occupancy right now of conservatively around 30% that has been going on undeclared by the building owner. What they've done on previous permits is to continually label these new bedrooms that they're creating as living rooms and dining rooms and sunrooms to get these building permits approved. If they do continue in this pattern, we're going to be experiencing an occupancy load increase of around 70%. This is well above the guidelines. Again, right now we're experiencing a sewage issue. So our building rating is actually being deteriorated with no oversight. We have a 100-plus-year-old building with very old plumbing. Currently, they have already started to do construction in the new Unit 44. What I've done is I've pulled up some images of that. You can see steel studs and drywall already being installed without vapor barriers, without insulation, meaning that if this is approved, we are adding 2 people who have to now come into this situation. They have to live here in conditions that are going to result in most likely mold and potentially serious health hazards. And then again, you know, this has been a pattern of ongoing behavior. They have ignored all types of safety authorities. They are currently ignoring the Electrical Safety Authority. The outlet that was up is actually an outlet that was found in a newly renovated unit by the landlord. It is, you know, just sort of hanging out outside the wall, short-circuiting. They actually ignored the ESA so far as to actually require it be escalated to a higher investigative authority. So that takes actually months to get there. This is, right now, this is the new laundry room that is being proposed. There's absolutely no drain in that flooring, even though it's written on the drawings. The current drawings that they have also fail to indicate a brick wall that is running through the new proposed unit. And these drawings are also not stamped by an engineer. I feel like that's actually a safety concern that we should be looking at. Yeah, and that is, yeah, basically what I have to say in a really fast nutshell.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you'd mentioned that you've pursued and elevated the complaints that you have on the electrical and other matters. And it's not your position to give me details on this, but the current construction that's underway, is there a building permit to your knowledge?
No, it's for this one.
Right.
So this hasn't been approved yet. And
Oh,
they've
it's just for
already-
the new unit, which
This
they
is-
would get a building permit after.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have construction already in the new laundry room where they've already built this thing. The thing's tiled over. There's no drains. They've already started this construction.
Okay.
There's no vapor barriers. There's no insulation. There are going to be, like, this may be a minor variance, but this is going to be 2 new people who are going to be brought into this building because of it.
Okay. Any further questions, panel? Thank you very much for coming down.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have the unit owner at number 24 registered to speak in opposition. We've made multiple attempts and haven't been able to reach them.
Okay.
So we will hear back from the agent at this time.
Okay. Mr. Milchin, you've heard some of the concerns about your owner, your client, and you know, their management of this facility. And while that isn't necessarily before us, I think it would warrant some, if you have any insight on that, you could share with us. I think that would be helpful.
Well, I certainly won't defend building without a building permit or, you know, violating the notice to comply that was issued here. The owner did purchase a 110-year-old building. He does have plans to take some of the units, which are extremely large, because these are units from 1914. So you can appreciate they had separate dining rooms, large living rooms, and so on. So yes, where possible, he converts a dining room into an additional bedroom. It's still an apartment with a kitchen and bathroom, and they do have a model where they do what's called co-living, which is not necessarily that 3 people who know each other come forward to rent an apartment, but the landlord has a platform by which they try to match up different people that would share the apartment, but it is still a single apartment with a kitchen and bathroom facilities. And those individuals in the apartment, they have to share it. So that is their business model. And this building is located in close proximity to the University of Toronto, Toronto Metropolitan University. It seems like perhaps in the near future we will have fewer foreign students coming in, and that will reduce some of the pressure around student housing. But notwithstanding that, what's before you today, in my opinion, are clearly minor variances. The amenity, the loss of amenity that was mentioned by some tenants, my understanding is that the lease structure for the building currently and previously, storage lockers were not included in the rent for any apartment. There was a limited number of storage lockers, not sufficient for every unit to have one, and it was, I believe, about $50 a month of an additional charge if somebody were able to secure a storage locker. So it was never included in the rent. It was not included with the apartment. The laundry facility is being moved across the hall in the basement. So it was on an external wall, which is now going to be included into the new proposed apartment. And the new laundry room is across the hallway, inside the building adjacent to the boiler room. So that amenity, it is changing, but it is not being taken away from the tenants.
Okay. Any panel, any questions? Doug?
Yes, so I have a question about those storage facilities. They were provided to some tenants, and did all of those tenants agree to the removal of the storage facility from their use?
There were insufficient storage lockers for there to be one for each unit. So those tenants that did secure a locker, I have to assume that they were given proper notice in accordance with their lease and with legislation about vacating that storage locker. I understand that's a matter before the landlord-tenant tribunal. Right now, I'm not qualified or knowledgeable enough to speak to all the details of that. But it was a separate charge per storage locker.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's take this into committee. Who wants to start? Doug?
Well, I suppose my comment, just to start, is I agree with what you said before, Mr. Clay, that a lot of the building code and municipal compliance issues are outside our bailiwick, and the matter before the landlord-tenant board is the appropriate forum to resolve these kind of issues with the storage facility and the laundry. But it won't go to my face because the camera is moving around. But I do think, like, when I hear that there is like a unilateral change to service and facility, like that's a change to someone's legal rights. And that's not permitted by the residential tenancies legislation. And so my feeling would be that you can look at that under the idea of what is the impact of this variance. Although it is kind of minor in numbers and just adding another bedroom, I think that taking away someone's legal rights is a significant impact, and so I don't think this meets the test.
Dylan?
So we have 4 tests, and one of them is the desirable development of the land. And to me, this is a case that is not the desirable development of the land. And I think this brings both the terms of removing amenities without proper consultation, or but also in terms of the building, the use of the building, the way it's being used, the way it's being built. I think that all actually fits in within the desirable development of the land. This is not the way that we want apartment buildings to be, heritage apartment buildings to be developed and to be changed. So I feel like this does not meet that test, and I would oppose variance 1.
Okay, Peter?
Yeah, I think these kind of applications are always really hard, where there's obviously owner and work issues that are not good, and look like there are health and safety issues that are very real that come from that. And I would agree with Dylan's point that I think if you look at this just purely from a minor variance, is this a minor? Yeah, like that variance 1 is very small, but I think the desirability, I think this adds an additional unit, an additional impact to the current tenants, and I think from that perspective, it's not supportable. And I feel for the tenants who are doing everything they're supposed to be doing, and there's still no resolution to their issues. So I do see that as a separate process, that they're doing what they can, but I think this is defensible to refuse with from a desirability perspective.
Great, thank you. So I will just go back and reiterate that I think what everyone has said, that, you know, what we have before us is relatively minor, and in most cases would probably get approval. Mr. Milchin, I sympathize with you. I think you've got a difficult chore representing your client in this instance because of what we've heard. And I think the panel is going to be unanimous in its view that while the variances are indeed minor, they are related to an imposition on the existing tenancy. They are shrouded in some what seems to be pretty serious concerns about property management and building management. And it just seems that, you know, to proceed with this, if your client wishes to proceed, that perhaps returning at some point with some evidence of consultation with the tenants, some evidence that the proposed changes won't necessarily have an undesirable impact on the residents of the building. I think that would be helpful to a future panel if you choose to come back. But I find myself in agreement with my panel colleagues on this one. So I'll look for a motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion to deny the application in total for the reasons expressed by all of us.
Seconded, okay, motion by Mr. Wilkins, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Yeah, application is refused. All right. We move on to, it's 11 o'clock. Does anyone need a quick 5-minute break? Sabrina, could we have a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Thank you.
Please turn off your videos and microphones.
mind if I set up? Mine's the next item. Sabrina, would you mind queuing up the presentation? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. This one. Yeah. Yeah, it's on the AIC. Okay, good. There's no planning staff report that I saw, right? I know sometimes they submit it late.
As of right now,
I didn't see anything. I don't think so.
YouTube's okay.
Jordan, we good? We're live? Thank you, we're back. We continue with item number 9, 507 to 511 Kingston Road. This is an application to alter the development standards for an 8-story residential building with 3 levels of underground parking as approved under site-specific zoning bylaws 371-2020 and 372-2020 by increasing the total number of dwelling units from 30 to 90 dwelling units, the overall building height by 3.2 meters, although retaining the 8-story structure, the height of the mechanical penthouse elements, architectural feature protections, residential gross floor area, indoor and outdoor amenity space, and modifying the building envelope and parking standards, as well as changing the vehicular access ramp to the underground parking garage to a vehicular elevator. The site is currently vacant and subject to site plan control amendment application, file number 22-123097, STE 19SA. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, an arborist report, shadow studies, servicing and stormwater management report, servicing overview memorandum, transportation letter, copy of supporting plans, site-specific zoning bylaws, revised diagram 3 affecting the subject property, and permit to injure or destroy, remove trees. We have email correspondence from transportation engineering coordinator of development review. We have correspondence and interest from 217 Wheeler Avenue and correspondence in opposition from 332 Lee Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, as well as 2 registered speakers.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Andrew Franchik. I'm the planner for the proponents, and my address is 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970.
Great, thanks very much, sir. I think we'll need a presentation.
Certainly. So it's queued up on the screen. I'll give you a brief presentation here. The site is located on the south side of Kingston Road, just west of Main Street. And it's in a corridor that's currently got a number of mid-rise buildings, and it was the subject of a rezoning and an official plan amendment approval in 2020 for an 8-story building. And you can see that in some of the materials that we submitted. That building commenced construction. It was a 30-unit building with a stepped form, and you can see that on, I think, the subsequent page there. And subsequently, the construction did not continue. And the site is now basically a stalled construction site. And what my clients are looking to do at this point, obviously very interested in continuing with the construction process to get this project completed, is to seek a number of variances to provide for a slightly different form of building. And the reason for that, if we can go to the policy changes slide, there have been a number of changes to the policy framework since 2020, and it continues to involve starting with the city's housing action plan that they're currently working on, the expanding housing options in neighborhood. The major streets framework has actually permitted, as of right, 6-story buildings in neighborhoods all across the city, up to 60 units. The avenues policy review is underway right now, and I'll talk about that more in a moment. The mid-rise guidelines have been updated to eliminate the rear transition that was previously incorporated into this development, and I'll talk about that too. And there are other initiatives at the federal level and the provincial level as well. So in terms of the EHON major streets, this is a neighborhood site that has been already zoned for an 8-story building, and it was a unique situation given that the corridor already had mid-rise buildings on it. So I'll call it a little bit ahead of its time in 2020 when it was approved for rezoning. But the city's actually also looking at updating its avenues policies. In fact, they're looking at designating Kingston Road in this corridor as an additional avenue. And the expectation is for growth along these corridors. There's no growth in height that's proposed, but there's a growth in units and GFA, which I'll talk about in a moment. If we could just turn quickly to the mid-rise guideline update slide. I think this is critical. One of the things that fed into the design revision here is the changing guideline framework. Whereas previously there was a very literal angular plane that was applied from the rear, resulting in a very stepped form, fairly inefficient construction and some challenges there. That has now been changed to a more normalized situation where there's a 6-story volume that then tucks in at 2.5 meters and rises. So that's been used to inform the application. If we could go to the stat sheet. So the building remains 8 stories. There's a slight increase in the height, a slight increase in GFA from 4,200 to 6,200, with an increase from 30 to 90 units. And the increase in units is related to a number of different things. So number one, there's the changing of the volume at the rear. There's also a change to the type of units. Previously, we were all quite large units at 30 maximum. And the reason for the cap at 30 was simply because there was no type G loading space in the original proposal. Subsequently, the architects have found a way to incorporate a type G loading space that, as you saw from the correspondence, was actually supported by transportation staff. The minute you have a type G loading space, the number of units is not capped anymore. And so that's why the 90 units is possible. There's also revised unit mix due to the changing market situation. There was a challenge selling very, very large units that were the 30 units. And now that the cap is off because of the type G, there's the ability to accommodate more units. And I think that's critical to consideration. There's also much more indoor amenity space proposed, less car parking, but much more bicycle parking at 118. Just a couple of renderings that we have towards the end of the presentation. What you'll note is that although the building is sort of normalized at the back, does not currently have the stepping. Yeah, that's the one. If you look at the older proposal on the next page, you'll see that the back of the building was actually quite wide. So on the right-hand side, you can see that it was wider at the back with light wells. It had almost a barbell shape. Whereas the new proposal on the left-hand side, and I apologize, these are not oriented in the same fashion. One's tilted on the left. But the new one actually tucks in the rear, and it's a T-shaped form. So it's actually, in my view, a better form, albeit not as stepped as it was, but that's in accordance with the new guidelines. And that's the result of, that results in the ability to accommodate more units. We're still providing for the same unit mix that we had before in terms of meeting the growing up guidelines. Very important on the last slide, conclusions. I know I have 10 seconds left. It meets the general intent and purpose of the OP in terms of providing for a mid-rise 8-story building, maintains the zoning bylaw by providing for the appropriate amount of setbacks as seen. It's desirable as it's a rental project, and it will complete this construction site that's been ongoing. And it's minor in nature as it does not provide for any impacts. And we've met with planning staff on this, and there is support from planning staff. I don't think there's a staff report from them. I didn't see one. But there is planning staff support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I know we have folks wanting to speak to this one, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand, get my head around this a little bit. You're going from, you're adding 60 units. I think you said the unit mix is going to stay the same as it was when you're at 30. Did I hear you say that correctly?
In terms of meeting the growing up guidelines. So
no, but what was the mix at 30? Do you remember?
The mix was different. It had a number of much larger units. So the idea is now to make the units smaller, and that's part of the reason why there's more units. However, there's still the meeting of the growing up guidelines, which is the key, which is the 10% 3-bedroom units and minimum 15% 2-bedroom units.
So you've got 37% of units at 2 or 3?
Exactly.
Okay, and you're keeping the same height and you're adding about 2,000 square meters.
That's correct.
And it's because it's reconfigured and loading dock and a number of other things?
Exactly. It's mainly because of the mid-rise guideline changes that have occurred in the last year, which are now allowing for a sort of angular plane stepped form of building. We've normalized the building to conform with that. You've likely seen other proposals that come in like that. And so we worked with planning staff to talk about, and to be totally frank, is this a rezoning or is this a minor variance? They supported the idea that it is a minor variance once we convinced them, as I hope to convince you as well, that it meets the 4 tests and that in the grand scheme of things, it is minor in terms of the impacts that it proposes.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to the speaker? Okay, let's. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 10 Juniper Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Peter Francie. I reside at 10 Juniper Avenue, around the corner from Wheeler where this butts onto.
Okay. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Just a few questions. I'm trying to figure out, this has been a hole in the ground now for a couple of years, and it keeps starting and stopping. So one of the concerns is, is this actually going to proceed, or is it going to be more disruption to the neighborhood and then left vacant, as sort of an eyesore within the area? That's one concern. The other concern is that there's, at this point, Wheeler Avenue, which is right below the proposed development, is a quiet family street. It's a dead end. And one of the concerns is that if they start construction, will they actually start trying to access the site from Wheeler Avenue, which would be extremely disruptive to the neighborhood? And we've had construction on Wheeler south of Juniper Avenue 2 summers ago, which was incredibly difficult for the local residents because of parking, because of access, and a whole bunch of other things. So those are my major concerns with it. Also, just not quite understanding how you can go from 30 to 90 units and keep the sort of same configuration, although I understand the stepping won't be there at the back.
Okay, sir. We'll have the agent respond to that when he returns. Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? No? All right.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 22 Leader Lane.
Good morning. Good morning. Have we got?
Hi, Linda, can you hear us? Hello, Linda? Through you, Mr. Chair, we're just going to try calling.
Okay.
As I can. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you are finished,
No luck? Okay. Well, we have tried to reach Ms. Ng unsuccessfully, so we will move on. That's the end of our speakers. Okay, can we have, sir, if you wouldn't mind coming back? The questions were mostly about construction and other things, and while that's a little beyond our purview, I wonder if you could address them anyways.
Certainly. It's my understanding that all the access comes off of Kingston Road. I know that during the rezoning application process, which we've been involved in since 2016 and then was approved in 2020, there was a lot of discussion about the sensitivity of Wheeler. It's a dead-end condition there. And so through even that rezoning process, which the site is currently under construction in accordance with, there was understanding that access would be taken off of Kingston to lessen the impact on people on Wheeler. So that's my understanding. That's still being maintained. We still have an active site plan application with the city where we're currently working with the city to finalize. So the answer is it should be off of Kingston Road.
Okay. And it's your client's intention, subject to approvals, to proceed with this one?
Yes, in fact, one of the reasons why we really pushed for coming to the committee as opposed to any other process is that there's a real timing constraint here to get this project moving from a financial perspective to complete it. Market conditions are tough, and our clients have actually changed this from what was a condo to now a rental building. So that's something that's relatively new, and they think they can make it work that way with these slightly smaller units and the different mix. And frankly, more units to pay for the problems with the construction.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I would just have a few questions, mostly details. So first of all, with the larger number of units, are you making adjustments to the elevator capacity, and what will the elevator capacity be?
Yeah, my understanding is that the elevators have been changed to accommodate whatever additional units are being provided, so that will be absolutely code compliant. As I said, we still have to go through site plan and through the building permit process.
Okay, second one, accessible parking. You're reducing, one of your variances to reduce accessible parking despite the fact you actually have more units. I'm just wondering why that is, and if there's no way to actually provide the required number of accessible parking spots.
Yeah, and I think that's a factor of just the way, it is a fairly tight site. We've worked in a type G loading space. We still have the 2 spaces that are accessible. 4 are required, but we're asking for some consideration for reduction in that regard. There still will be the ability to have, obviously, people with mobility issues park in mobility accessible spaces if there is more of a demand, but we are asking for consideration on that front.
Okay. So the last question speaks to some of the concerns of the people on Wheeler. The step back at the back, I mean, the site drops, so you have, I think, 1 or 2 extra stories on the back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the step back going to be like based on the rear, like where you step back? You know, I think the step back is expected at 6 stories. Is that where the step back is going to be, at the rear?
Yeah, so essentially it takes the same form that was under construction in the past with the townhouses at grade, which are essentially the exposed lower levels of P1 and P2, just because of the nature of the grade. It's actually a very interesting and very sloped site. And so what happens above, instead of the stepping, I think they're putting it on the screen right now to help understand that, the stepping starts above the 6th floor.
The 6th floor from the back?
Yeah, from the back, exactly.
Okay.
But from the rear, yes, it does present like a bit more of a taller height. So it's essentially like a 6-story presentation at the rear.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's the question I want.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on Dylan's question, you're AODA compliant, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, yeah.
Okay.
The project would need to be compliant with that, with the minimum number of units that have accessibility incorporated into the bathrooms and whatnot.
Okay.
So that's something that has to be complied with.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Let's take this into committee. Anyone want to start us off? Peter?
Thanks. I think, yeah, the change from 30 to 90 units sounds extremely large, right? But I think the impact of that is pretty minimal. I actually prefer the rear massing of the building now as to compared to the previous one. I think the pinching in on each side really goes to lessen the mass of the structure, and I think that's good. I think obviously, this is also part of obtaining the loading space, and I think that's the real impetus in changing the nature of this application, and I think the variances are minor, and I support it.
Dylan?
Yeah, I basically agree with that. I think that the way it's brought in at the back is actually, it's actually really good. That should lessen the impact on the neighboring a lot, and it makes for a much more elegant design, and one that I think has effectively less impact on the residential neighborhood behind. I am a little bit concerned about the accessible parking, but I don't think it's serious enough to, make an issue of.
Yeah, I would agree on both your comments. I think the incremental impact is negligible. In fact, to a certain extent, it's almost better. I would just make the observation that introducing an additional 60 rental units that are close to higher order transit is a really good thing. So the variance is before us, even though, take the point, site plan approval, if you went through all that zoning bylaw stuff, it would take forever. If you can get us through this way, and if you and your client can move on this quickly, I think that would be good for everyone. So I'll entertain a motion. Peter?
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons we discussed, I move approval of the application without condition.
Okay, Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay. Hi, hang on a second. Right. All right, we move on to item number 10. 17 Ellis Park Road. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition with a rear third-story terrace above a portion of the second floor, a two-story front addition, rear two-story addition, and a side bay window and a side ground floor deck with stairs. The existing ground floor deck at the southeast portion of the lot will be maintained. The existing second floor deck at the southeast portion of the dwelling will be demolished, and there will be two residential dwelling units within this dwelling, one primary and one secondary. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the applicants. We have email correspondence from TRCA and staff reports from the TRCA and Ravine and Natural Feature Protection. We have 8 letters of support signed by owners occupants of 15, 14, 21, 23 Ellis Park Road and 6, 10, and 12 Grenadier Ravine Drive. There is correspondence in concern from 19 Ellis Park Road. Correspondence in opposition from 9 Ellis Park Road and the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as one registered speaker in
Great.
opposition.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie Mignon, where I'm residing at number 17 Ellis Park Road, the owner of the property. We had submitted the report on Monday. I'm not sure if the committee had a chance to review. I was a little bit close to the date, but we.
Hang on a sec. Is it in our sup?
Hey.
Great.
Yes, we have it. Okay, so you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So maybe I'll just start by going through some of the highlights from the report that we submitted on Monday. The existing house, number 17 Ellis Park Road, is from the 1930s, so almost 100 years old. It's an existing brick 2-story bungalow house, 3-bedroom house with an existing basement. And we are looking to add a little bit more space for our family. Our strategy for doing that is to essentially try to maintain the existing footprint as much as possible. The site is quite a tight lot. It's about 230 square meters. So we felt it would be better to build up rather than, we did have some additional space to the east at the side setback line, but we felt it would be better to maintain that space for privacy with the neighbors and add a third floor. We do have, and the double-story addition at the front is actually within the existing footprint of the existing front enclosed porch. And the double-story addition at the back is actually, there's actually an existing single-story space at the back already that extends further than this rear addition. And we are only extending 2 stories into that rear setback. The third story is still set in beyond the 7.5 meter rear setback line at the rear. The third floor at the front is also set back from the front setback line and follows the existing footprint of the brick wall of the front. So we have, and again, we have already spoken to the city who has identified 6 variances, and we've gotten support from the TRCA as well as 8 neighbors. Just to kind of jump into the variances, we've done our best to mitigate the variances that we're asking for. Some of the variances are a result as well of existing conditions. And if we, I'll just start with variance request number 2, which is related to the height of the pair of main walls at the side. Again, given the existing slope of Ellis Park Road, our established grade is actually lower than the current ground floor level. So the third floor height is, the floor is at 7.05 meters above established grade already. So if we were going to limit the height of the main walls to 7.5, it would result in an unusable third floor. Because the roof would start sloping into the third floor at about 450 mm from the floor level, which is about 1.5 feet. So we've actually made an attempt to, first of all, by having the third floor be smaller than the second and ground floor, we've made an attempt to minimize that volume as much as possible. Another design strategy we had was to make the ridge of the roof diagonal. I'm running out of time. So that all of the side walls are actually sloping. So I have a diagram which would be the second diagram that shows that. And the side wall height goes from 10.67 to 9.05 meters. That's the front. The side wall is, well, there's the rendering in situ, but there's also, if you scroll up, earlier page, there we go. That's the sloping side wall, and that's the side elevation, the east side elevation. So it shows with the existing building superimposed there. So we have, we do have precedent in the neighborhood for side main wall heights being higher than 7.5 meters. The overall height as well is just a small portion of the roof that is above the 10-meter overall allowable height. And again, we've made an effort to do a sloped roof to minimize the bulk of the third floor, which I think I'll wrap it up there.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Do you need like another minute or so, or are you good?
Maybe I would, sorry, I'm not used to doing this.
Sure. Go ahead.
So just maybe I took a little too long on the first part. Maybe I'll just add, in terms of our attempt was really we wanted to do a sloped roof so that we could fit with the character of the neighborhood. So we have a sloping road, we're on a sloping road, and we did, even though we're not sloping in the roof at the sides, we did do at the ends, we did a sloped roof that is following the slope in the direction of Ellis Park Road. So our neighbor to the west is actually higher than us. 2 neighbors over to the west are also higher than us. So our peak along the street facade is actually the high point of the roof. And then it's following the direction of Ellis Park Road so that the low point of the roof is actually adjacent to the neighbor at number 19, correct, thank you. And this sloping roof means that the low point of the roof to the east is actually lower. We've managed to, we've pushed it down as much as we can. We only have a 2.1 meter ceiling height at that low point internally at the third floor, but it is a sloping space inside. So we've made an attempt to be as considerate to the neighbor as possible. If we had a flat roof, that would be higher. It would be bulkier.
That's great.
We are retaining the trees. We are also maintaining and exceeding the rear yard landscape area, even though we are extending in the rear. We will be demolishing that elevated deck, and which extends further than our rear addition, as well as that single-story sunroom, which extends further than our proposed addition. Our rear neighbor, we do have their support, and we've maintained our project to be in line with the two existing side walls.
Great. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Panel, any questions? Good, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll call up Nicholas Singh.
Good morning.
Morning. Let's see. Yes, good morning to the committee. Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, or Ratepayers Group. So we have before us an application which seeks approval for a building where the main walls are higher than the building itself. It's a small amount, it's 0.02 meters, but since this does not jive with the plans that have been submitted with this, the committee will have to be very careful in applying conditions if it approves these variances. So regardless of where the errors are, this is a flat roof building. As per the intent and purpose of the bylaws and the official plan, the building should either be a lot lower or it should have a sloped roof with a distinct peak, such as the other homes in the immediate context. We feel that 7.5 meter walls and 10 meter overall building height and the use of permitted dormers would still provide desirable third floor space and ceiling heights and would result in a much better fit for the neighborhood. We would not be opposed to truly minor variances that pass the 4 tests, but this proposal before us imposes itself on the neighbors in a very impactful and undesirable way. We refer you to the letter from 19 Ellis Park Road. This, in part, is because of the sloped terrain of the area, and in part because of the excessive wall heights being requested. I point out that the flat roof buildings are not prohibited by bylaws. As I have mentioned, they are intended to be lower than peaked roofs buildings to address the massing, overlook, and shadowing associated with these designs. So the lower height for flat roofs is also intended to allow change without insulting the character of the established neighborhood, such as the one that we have here. We point out that 31 Ellis, further down the road, is a flat roof building. But its location, which is well below the road level, presents a much reduced height profile. We ask the committee to recognize the importance of the intent and purpose of the bylaws and refuse this application. Based on the official plan, policy 4.1.5, if you could bring up our page 5, please, of our submission. There it is, thank you. We also ask that you recognize the evidence before you regarding policy 4.1.5 of the official plan in regards to protecting the character of our neighborhoods. This is the immediate context that we have before you as defined by the official plan. And of the 23 buildings in this context, there is only one that provides any support for the variances in the proposed building. And that is for the variance of FSI. Number 1 Ellis Park was approved for 1.08 floor space index, but it has a lower overall height, lower main walls, and is a 0.6 meter side yard setback. So apart from the FSI, 16 Ellis Park is alone in this application, at least in this part of the neighborhood. And we submit that as per policy 4.15 of the official plan and the evidence provided in our submission and in the evidence provided by the applicant, the variances requested for the proposed building do not meet the test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan and do not qualify for approval as minor variances. We note that the applicant has not provided similar evidence, except to say that there are other instances in the neighborhood. It would be interesting to see how those would stack up against the information that we have on screen. Regarding the slope and how it affects the height of the building, the established grade that we have in this building is not so unusual in this neighborhood. There are many buildings that do not have the floor starting at the established grade. In fact, it's pretty rare. There's always a difference between the first floor and the established grade, and we don't see that this situation has any significant effect on the height of the building. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mr. Singh. Can you, Jordan, can you pull up A502 as part of the plans? It's looks like it's a side elevation. Yeah, that one there. So I'm struggling, you help me understand. You suggested that this is a flat roof. And I'm trying to get my head around your rationale for that.
Sure.
Because this implies that it's got a slope to it.
Right. According to the variances that have been applied for, the main wall heights are at 10.67 meters.
Right.
The roof itself, the height of the building, is appearing on the application as 10.65. So the height of the building is actually lower than the main wall heights. So if you're going to build a wall, a roof that goes across, it's going to be a flat roof, at least.
Okay.
The drawing that we have here, right, has very slight slopes. They're not greatly significant in terms of what a sloped roof actually is.
Yeah, okay, I'll be quite honest with you, I'm not sure I fully either understand or agree with your characterization, but that's fair.
If you compare it to, a standard house with a roof.
No, a peaked roof, I get that.
And dormers, it's
Yeah,
completely different.
I get
yeah.
that part, I just, I'm not sure I fully would agree with your characterization. Having said that, panel, any questions of Mr. Singh? Thank you, sir.
Welcome, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll call back the owner of the site.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So you've heard a number of comments from the ratepayers who apparently are partially representing your next door neighbor who also wrote in, so maybe you can help us understand a little bit better.
Sure. I think maybe the first comment about floor area, FSI. Actually, the existing double-story house, the lot that we have is actually pretty small. So the lot that we have, the existing house that sits on it is actually already over the 0.35 with a 0 addition. So I think the increased FSI that's being applied for is a little misleading compared to the overall size of the house. Again, it's really due to the small lot. So the existing house, double-story house, is at 0.485 without any addition. And essentially, we are only asking for the third floor that is partially occupying that footprint with a partial rear addition that is and the second floor of a front addition that is adding to that area. If we were to compare with overall built-up area on other lots, in the immediate neighborhood, 38, 44, 72, and 81, we did mention in the report. They have approximately, our FSI right now is 0.79. They are actually, those lots are actually lower FSI, but their built-up area is a lot bigger. So we have 38 Ellis Park Road, which is 282.4, 320.1 square meters at 44 Ellis Park Road, and so on, 250 square meters and above. I think in terms of the roof, just would like to confirm again, this is not a flat roof. It qualifies as the definition of a sloping roof within the bylaw, which is 1 and 4. And that is actually the minimum slope. We are using shingles as a roofing material, composite shingles. That's what we're planning to use. And that's actually the minimum slope for that material. It can't be used on a flat roof. And we do have eaves troughs running along the two sides. I think maybe the impression of the flat roof could have been misleading because on the elevation, we're kind of seeing everything compressed into one. But actually, the portion behind the sloped outline is sloping in the distance. So this is 100% sloped roof. There's no flat area on this roof. And as to our neighbor on number 19, we've done our best, again, to mitigate as much as possible. If we were to look at the plan, there's over 3.6 meters at the side that we could have applied to extend out in their direction, which would have, we would have that 1.2 meter setback still if we did that. And that would have been, I think, a much bigger intrusion to number 19. So we've done our best to maintain that generous setback on that side. We do have the support of our other immediate neighbor, number 19, who I would argue is probably much closer to us with a shared driveway in terms of being impacted by our renovation. So yeah, and we also, our front setback could potentially allow us to expand in the front as well, which, you know, we are not doing. We're trying to keep the line of the existing building where the northeast corner is actually stepped back. Exactly. So we did not extend there deliberately as well, out of consideration to number 19. So we understand their concern, but I think we're doing our best here to be as considerate as possible. I think that's, sorry, the last thing I would say is relative to the character of the neighborhood. We are maintaining the brick at the front of the existing house. And we are using, at the sides and the roof, we're using shingles, which are, there are other houses in the neighborhood which have shingles. It's a more traditional material. And we do also, it is a higher quality material that has a finer grain, similar to brick, smaller scale. So we think that our side elevation will be something that will also be in character with the neighborhood. And we have a small portion which is stucco, which, again, there's numerous houses in the neighborhood which are using stucco. That's right, the smaller double story is stucco.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Yes, Dylan?
Just that quite remarkable side yard deck that you have, is that mostly existing condition? Like that deck already exists for the most part?
So if we go to, right. So we have, if you see there's a deck, and the existing deck is in the southeast corner of the lot. And we do have an existing deck, which is detached from that. So our proposal seeks to create a new deck on the east, that side, that would be connected to the existing deck with a couple of steps. So those steps, because of the wedge shape of the lot, those steps get wider as they step down towards to connect to the existing deck there. And that's where the 2.5 meter width of the steps is exceeding the allowed 2 meters. And I think there was one other comment from the city about the rear deck being more than, being less, being set back only 0.3 from the, and I think there's a small portion, we did submit a diagram for that. Right, okay, you can see here, there's a rear deck that exists.
I see, right.
And we're building a new deck in the side with steps that would connect to that existing deck. So it's just the nature of the wedge shape of the lot that the steps are getting a little wider. So at the end, they're 2.51 meters instead of 2 meters.
And the deck that's going to be like right beside the house, is that new or is that existing?
So there's a new deck that's at the side,
Right.
side property line.
Okay, and that's
Yes.
also, needs a variance for the distance.
I
from
think
the
it's
side
not the
yard.
side deck that needs the variance. It's, the side deck, because the side deck is extending to meet the top of that existing deck, right? There's a portion of the side deck that becomes considered rear deck.
I
That's
see.
my understanding of the city's feedback. So there's a small sliver there, which is less than a meter of that side deck that is coming out, that the city is saying for that, that rear portion of
Oh, thank you, I get it.
should be set back more, but we just kind of maintained the line
Yeah, yeah.
of the
Okay,
side
that-
deck.
That's all I was asking.
Okay,
And
so
then
yeah.
The other question is, that the highest part of your wall is
Yes.
actually gonna be facing, number 15, who's the neighbor who's okay with what you're doing, is that correct?
Yeah, we've sat down with them.
Right, okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Anyone else? So the rear deck's a ground level deck mostly,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And that second story deck, is that remaining?
No, that
That's
will be,
gone, okay.
that will be replaced with our
Perfect.
rear
And
addition.
it looks like from
Yeah.
your drawings, you've got fencing and stuff around the edge, right?
Fencing around the perimeter of the
Yeah.
property?
Or I see fence at side yard and beyond. No? A401?
The fence would be at the property, oh, we just turned the fence to meet the building. Is that the one you're talking, the building is following the east property line?
Do I
The-
need to scroll down?
Okay,
No, next diagram, A401,
okay.
there.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a fence at side of yard beyond?
Oh, yes, that's the wedge
Yeah.
shape of the property.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's, that, part of that is actually existing, but we are going to have the fence be remaining and extending along the
Okay,
side.
so there's a privacy fence basically.
Is privacy fence,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what I was trying to
At the
get at.
property line, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, panel? Okay, let's take this. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's take this into committee. Peter?
Sure, I'll start, Chair. I think this is a really nice proposal. I think it's, in many ways, it's an improvement over the existing condition, like getting rid of that second floor deck, which is quite
Yeah.
large. I think that lessens the impact, and the fact that what's being proposed is within the footprint and sometimes shrinks the footprint of the house, I think is excellent. I know there were some concerns about this fitting into the character of the neighborhood, and I think a lot of the new development that's being seen often has integral garages, and I think that really doesn't fit well, but I appreciate the fact that this doesn't have that. This exists within the kind of lotting pattern and the retention of the driveway and the garage in the back. I think this is very restrained and very respectful to the immediate neighbors and the context of the neighborhood, so I'll support it.
Dylan?
Yeah, agreeing with those statements. I also wanted to point out this is an odd and tight lot, and I think that they've come up with an appropriate solution for expanding the house, which is really not that large, within that tight lot. Also, it's providing a basement apartment, which will be, I think,
Mhm.
a valuable addition to the neighborhood. And also finally, yes, I mean, I think that the rendering that compares it to the neighbors shows that it really, that the height is not that much, doesn't stand out that much, given that there's a slope and some of the neighbors actually end up having a effectively reaching higher up. So I thought that image showed that it fit quite well into the context. It wasn't really standing out in any kind of unusual way. And I thought that the sloping roof was actually quite creative.
Yeah.
And thoughtful.
I would agree with all that stuff. Quite a striking design. I do know this area fairly well, and it's a prestige area. I suspect that this lot actually has an overlook into Grenadier Pond, actually. So it's a highly desirable site, but in and around there, Ellis Park Road, there's a lot of redevelopment happening, so this house, I don't think at all would be out of character with some of the new builds that have been happening in the surrounding area, so I think it fits in quite nicely. So, motion?
I'll bring a motion, Chair, thanks. For the reasons we've all discussed, I move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition.
Number one?
One.
Yeah. Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve with forestry condition number one, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item number 11, 135 Liberty Street. This is an application to alter the existing four-story non-residential building, including office, workshop, studio, retail, and service shop commercial school uses by increasing the permitted floor space index and reducing the number of parking spaces to 0. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, several decision numbers affecting the subject property, and a site-specific zoning bylaw draft and clarification correspondence from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Your name and address, please.
Eileen Costello. I'm from Aird Burles LLP. We're at 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800. I'm here on behalf of 135 Liberty Street, Inc., which is a nominee of Allied Properties REIT.
So this is an application simply to change the GFA to allow for more office use?
It really is. I know there's a complicated history on this property, which really relates to the fact that over time, Allied's been trying to repurpose what were previous residential buildings, which were previous heritage buildings, to allow for continuing office uses and employment uses. This is in Liberty Village, which is sort of a unique situation in which, unlike a lot of other areas in the city where office is a challenge, this is a circumstance where Allied is finding a real demand for the unique kind of office space it offers, and we're really pleased to be able to be here today asking for more office space. The other variance relates to transportation. There's a letter on comment from Transportation Planning. They have no concerns. They previously approved a 0 parking situation for this site, and we're just continuing that forward. So I'm going to pause. I know you've had a long morning. I'm not sure if you have specific questions.
Yeah, I'll open it up to questions, but I think we would all probably agree that having additional office space in this employment area is actually a good idea. Dylan?
Just very briefly, I'm not even understanding, like, you already have the office space and are expanding it, so why do we even need the variance?
If you look at our covering letter, the previous variance, which was granted in 2018, did a very odd thing in that it provided for an increase in non-res uses, but capped the amount of office uses. That was because of the configuration at the time in the building.
Okay.
So what we're doing is we're coming forward and we're trying to open up the amount of office space which can be deployed in the building.
Got it.
It took me a while to figure out why I needed a variance too, to be honest.
I see that there's 0 parking, but I know this stretch of Liberty Village has a lot of boulevard parking. Is that remaining?
There's no change to the existing circumstance, but what legal parking spaces are acknowledged by the city under a bylaw is different. Yeah, so there's no changes to the existing footprint or to the sort of aprons that occur around these old buildings.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
It would be great to get rid of the boulevard parking if
I
possible.
knew you were going to say that.
No, that's why I brought it up, because it's a pretty unsafe situation, yeah. But I understand it's not in the context.
Do you want to make the approval conditional on that?
I don't think we're permitted to do that. But I'd like to, yeah.
Yeah, generally, I think the notion of, live, work, play, having more office space for people that actually live and work in Liberty Village is fundamentally a good thing. All right, any further questions? No, we'll take this into committee. Anyone want to move a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I do agree. I think this is a very minor application, and it's desirable for the building and for the area, and for the economy of the city in general. I would request that maybe the applicant speak to the owner and see what they might want to consider to do with that boulevard parking in the future, but I understand that's not in the context of this approval. So approval without condition.
All right, Mr. Reed.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there is the warning clause.
Oh, Metrolinx warning clause?
With
Okay.
the Metrolinx
You've seen that,
warning
right?
clause.
I have seen it. I think my good friends at Metrolinx are under the impression that we're providing dwelling units, because that's what the condition relates to, so we'll go back and speak
Yeah,
with them
you
about
you
it, but
can
I've seen
clear
it.
that off. Yeah,
I've
okay.
seen that, thank you.
All right. All right, motion by Mr. Reed. Do you have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
My thanks to the committee. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay, item number 12, 32 Gormley Ave. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear yard parking pad abutting Brentdale Drive. The existing one-story detached garage in the rear yard will be maintained and unaltered. We have, committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the applicants, decision number A0172/22 TEY affecting the subject property, correspondence from the agent, between the agent and Transportation Services, and presentation materials from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Meher Manias, I'm the agent, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9.
Okay, just hang on a sec, sir. Panel, do we need a presentation on this one? Sir, we don't need a presentation this morning. The panel members have read your application, are familiar with the material. Before we take it into committee for a decision, would you like to add anything?
No, just from the presentation material, it's basically copying what's the site condition for the entire Brentdale Street for all these properties that front on Gormley. They all have double parking spaces with exception to one because of a big tree. Other than that, every property has the same condition.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions? No? Okay, let's take this into committee. Dylan?
I'll make a motion to approve this. It's really minor. It's basically existing conditions. Fits with the rest of the neighborhood. Also, I noted with approval that they plan to use permeable pavers, which I think will be contribute to soft landscaping and drainage in the area. So I think that's really that's admirable. So I move to approve it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve. Do I have a seconder? Do you want a friendly amendment?
Just maybe.
Tied to plans?
It's tied to plans, maybe, to get the,
Okay.
confirm the permeable pavers.
Tied to the site plan?
The site plan, is that?
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
With the condition it ties to site plans.
Okay. And seconded by, is that okay, Doug? Seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval with that condition. Thank you. Next item is number 13, 28 Grenadier Heights. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear rooftop deck above the second level. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property, tree protection plan. We have staff reports from TRCA and Ravine and Natural Feature Protection. We have correspondence and opposition from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and 1 registered speaker. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, Enzo, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us? try calling the agent.
Okay.
Hi, Enzo, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We have your name and address, please.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me through my headset or through my phone.
Okay, how you guys?
Are you
can
hearing
okay?
a vibration on your end?
It's not bad. Why don't we try this, and if we lose you, then we might move to the alternative.
Okay, so can I disconnect the phone?
No, you're good. Let's just go with the way you're going now.
Okay.
Name and address, sir.
It's Enzo Marcasano from RTWG, and we're located in Toronto.
Now, so I think we're going to have to go to the alternative. We're now having difficulty hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Name and address, please.
Enzo Marcasano.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, sir. We will need a short presentation. We have someone lined
Sure.
up to speak to this item.
Okay. If I could get staff to put up the first page of the site photos. Great, thank you. So the proposal is to take that existing flat roof and to create a usable deck, really for like leisure. It's not a party deck in no way. It's really just a quiet space. The views from this property are quite stunning towards Ellis Avenue and Grenadier. Now we have reviewed the report with TRCA and Ravines and have no issues with their request. We've also spoken to number 26.
Sorry, Enzo. Sorry, Enzo. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Right.
we're struggling
Sorry.
now again to hear you. I don't know. You're sort of muffled.
Can you hear it clear now?
Yes, that's so much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to just disconnect my headset here. Okay, are we still connected?
Yes. If you could just repeat,
Okay, great.
the last couple of sentences you said.
Sure. So we are aware of the TRCA and Ravines reports, and we've been in contact with them, and we'll be providing TRCA with the required information that they've requested. We've also spoken to the adjoining neighbor at number 26. Yeah, staff could put that back. Actually, the photo's probably the best. Yeah, so it's because we only have one adjoining neighbor. The other one is because we are a corner lot. We're currently working on their house as well. They have no objection to this proposal. We have reviewed the Swansea letter. I just feel like this is a boilerplate, last-minute letter that is rubber stamped and submitted. There is no effect, no overview on any other properties. This is a corner lot overviewing Ellis Avenue and Grenadier. There's zero impact on the properties. Yes, the property has a beautiful view because of its height, but the size of the deck is irrelevant with regards to overviews and things like that. I think each project, there's no precedent setting here because each project will have its own merits. If committee feels that a screen is required between us and 26 is required. Again, 26 does not want a screen there, as they feel that it would be even more imposing than the glass rail. But again, the use of this deck is really just a deck that for leisure and relaxation, and it has no use for like a party deck or anything like that. So I feel that this meets all the tests and has zero impact on any other property in the area.
Okay, thank you. So the deck is off a bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
we'll
you.
Call up Nicholas Singh again.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, yes. Okay. All right, Nicholas Singh, Swansea area ratepayers. So the application for us is for a third-story balcony. It sits atop of a very steep grade and looks out over quite a wide area of South Swansea. The bylaw that governs the size of the balcony recognizes that the greater size of the balcony, the greater the in position on the neighbors and the surrounding area. And greater size equals greater potential for use. For example, outdoor heaters have become quite popular for those who can afford them. So the size of the balcony was capped at 4 square meters for very good reason, and the committee should consider whether the additional size is in line with the intent and purpose of the bylaw. There's also the issue of precedent. It is normal for developers to point to 1 or 2 approvals that may be in an area and declare that the area is in transition, so the bylaw becomes essentially irrelevant. If the committee decides to set the bylaw aside, in this case, we ask that the committee at least provide clear reasons as to what makes this property so special that it should not be subject to the bylaw and not be used as a precedent. There's also the obvious lack of evidence regarding policy 4.1.5 of the official plan, evidence that is necessary to show that this variance is here in sufficient numbers in the immediate context to conclude that the variance is supporting and reinforcing the character of the neighborhood in regards to the size of balconies. So that is absent from this application. In conclusion, it's our observation that the application does not pass the test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the bylaw and official plan. However, should the committee decide to approve this application, we ask that it provide reasons or conditions sufficient to protect the integrity of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just for clarity purposes, so your organization is here representing the interest of the broader community in your view?
Correct.
And not necessarily any individual property owner?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Singh? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can go back to the agent.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Locasano?
Yep, sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Yep. So, yeah, again, the comments are, I'm not sure committee has to give reasons why this meets the bylaw. It's really our job to prove that this does meet the 4 tests. And I think that with regards to the pictures and the context of this property, it is very clear that we do meet all the 4 tests. Yes, this property is unique. It's a corner lot. It's on a high end of Grenadier. And no, it cannot be used as a precedent because this is a very unique lot and it is a corner lot. So again, with regards to impact to other properties and how it fits in within the community, I think this is done very well. Now, the size of the deck is irrelevant, really, when it's over an existing addition like this. I agree if the deck expanded across the entire rear of the house, then yes, there would be more of an impact to the north. But because of where it is and the size, we could build a deck by right at 4 square meters, which wouldn't make any difference. And like you said, the access point is from a bedroom. It's not from a family room or a great room. So again, I totally disagree with the objection, and I feel that this project meets all the 4 tests.
Thank you, sir. You raised the prospect of screening on the south side.
Again,
you've spoken to your
we
neighbor.
have no issue with, yes, and they prefer not for us to put it on, but if committee feels that this will fulfill some sort of gap, we're not objected to it. But the discussions we've had with number 26 is that they feel that they would rather have glass on that side as a more transparent view through it as they look at it rather than a solid wall.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, thank you. Let's take this into committee. Anyone have any thoughts? Thanks, Peter.
Thanks. I think this is a very reasonable application. It's looking at it initially, I was thinking that screening would be appropriate, but I think with these photos, it shows that this is extended far back from the neighbor, and I do agree that the impact of this might be more by having screening. So I think, and the neighbor is happy without. So I think given the actual location of the deck in comparison to the neighbor, it's overlooking the rear part of the yard and not the more active part of the yard, which is the deck closer to the house. I believe this is a minor variance because the impact of allowing this size deck over a 4-meter deck is minimal, and there's extreme distance to the other neighbors apart from the south. So I'm going to move a motion to approve the application without condition.
Great. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins? I didn't see your hand. I did see your hand. Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Item number 14. Hang on a second. 619 Lansdowne Avenue. This is an application to convert the existing 3-story detached dwelling into a 4-unit dwelling, a 4-plex, by constructing a rear 3-story addition, also to permit 2 tandem parking spaces in the rear yard. Committee has before it a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees in the subject property. We have staff reports from Metrolinx and from Urban Forestry seeking a deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one person here to speak.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name and address, please, sir.
Manfred John. I'm working for Nadia Interior Design. We are the agent for this property.
Sir, before we go any further, you've seen Forestry's report seeking a deferral?
Yeah, we got that email, and the client actually is in contact with the forestry to get their input, and he also asked for arborists to try to prepare this report.
So you would like to proceed with your application then?
We would like to, please, because I know that the forestry, they mentioned that if it's approved, then with conditions that we provide this report. So I know that we still have to prepare the report, but I would like to move ahead and see what the outcome of this hearing.
Are you on a headset, sir?
Yes, I am. Is it too hard to hear?
You're a little, I'm having trouble catching all your words, so do you have an option of not using your headset?
Not really, actually, other than call from my phone.
Sabrina, can we try and make a different connection? Thank you. Hang on a sec, sir. We'll give you a call.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. So just to recap, we talked about, you've seen Forestry's recommendation to defer, and your preference is to proceed today.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, then we'll need a presentation from you, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. So this property is the existing dwelling unit. It's for one house, basement, main floor, second floor, and then an attic space. So the client is trying to expand it to make a 3-story, like 4 units for rent, basement, ground floor, second and third. And the variances we have is with regard to setbacks and height and those kind of the variances. But I don't think, I mean, they're to the zoning, but I don't know if I don't think they affect any neighboring property. So that's why we're looking for this approval for this application, please.
Okay, we've got some people that are wanting to speak to this item, but Forestry has asked that you submit a bunch of materials related to your application. Have you done that? A tree inventory, a site plan, written confirmation of the access route and staging area of the proposed works. Have you done all that?
No, we haven't done that yet because we just got the email last week, and the client is already engaging an arborist to do this, so we haven't done it yet, but it's in the process.
Okay. All right. Sabrina, do we have someone? Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, hello, committee. Jürgen Hoffman, the neighbor at 621. I don't know what to say about this application. I haven't had any problems with this neighbor, but this application is a little bit bizarre, quite frankly. The survey online is illegible. It's skewed. You can't read it. So it's been a bit difficult to pin down what they're doing. There are a couple of trees right on the lot line, and trying to look at the survey to see whether it interferes with that makes it very difficult. He's given a drawing of the proposed addition, which again is quite bizarre. He's got the front of the house, which is a 3-story house, and then he's shown the houses next door as being very big houses. They're not. The ones to the south is a semi, the ones to the north is row houses. So the impression they're trying to give is this is a small house that deserves an addition. In actual fact, it's as large as the other ones. There is a brick addition at the back of 619 that would have to be demolished, and that isn't shown on here. He's got it shown as just a new addition, yet it's 12 feet of brick all around that would have to be demolished. The house has a double garage for parking. Why he would go to this tandem arrangement is bizarre. The other objections I have is there's no setback against my lot. And he's changing, the present roof is a sloping roof, and the water empties on the south side into an eaves trough, and yet they're proposing a hip roof, so the water will be shed again onto my property. I'm not sure why he would want to do that. The plans themselves, this house has been used, they bought it about 20 years ago, it's been used as a rooming house. When I looked at the layout, it puzzled me. The tenant has to walk through a mutual walkway to get into the access. They've got a utility room. I have visions of this going to be a kitchen down the road, and this is going to be an 8-plex or a 12-plex within a short period of time. We can't speculate on that, but just the design of it is really weird. Why don't you put the steps in front? Why do you have to put it in the middle of a house and the narrow walkway that the tenants have to access it? Again, approving this would mean the eaves trough would have to hang over my property, which I don't think is correct. The setbacks are not proper. The parking, there is a setback from the garages, 6-7 feet from the lane. Presumably the cars would have to stick out into that, the way he's drawn it. So without belaboring it, there's a number of issues with this application, including the trees. I notice he hasn't given a photo of the backyard. He gave a photo of the garage door at the back, gave several photos of the front of the house, but not one photo of the backyard. One wonders why that is. He didn't want the trees to be seen? I'm not sure. But basically, that's, the height would loom over my house. There's no shadow study. He's made over 9-foot ceilings. Why did they have to be 9-foot ceiling, 10 foot on the main floor, 9 plus on the second, 9 plus on the third? So again, I guess they have a wish list, but I'm hoping the committee would see that it's a really inappropriate application.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, panel? Thank you very much, sir. Dylan?
Are there any trees in the backyard?
Sorry, say again?
Are there any trees in their backyard?
The tree is in my backyard against the fence.
Against the fence?
So it's a boundary tree.
But I read somewhere that the roots would be affected, and
Right,
basically
okay.
2 trees would probably be killed, I don't know.
Okay,
But
thank you.
again, the survey is so bad, I can't even read it. It's such low resolution. I don't know whether the committee has a better one than I, but I couldn't make out any of the numbers on it or the figures on it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have the owner at 447 Lansdowne Avenue registered to speak in opposition. However, we've made multiple attempts and have not been able to reach
Okay.
them, so we will go back to the agent.
Okay. Mr. Frazier? Hello? Hello, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay, I wonder if you could take some time to respond to what we've heard?
Yeah, I appreciate the neighbor statement. Just for us, the design will take care of the rain or all those kind of elements, not to harm the other neighbors. We will.
Sorry, sir, we've lost you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Are you on your phone or your headset?
Yeah, on the phone. On
Okay.
the phone.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. So I was saying we'd appreciate that the neighbor would mention, but as I said, we're going to take care of drainage from the roof and all those elements to drain to the backyard, which is going to be appropriate, which is not going to drip into the neighbor's property for sure. And for the setback to the north, the existing one is like that. And if we continue, like if we try to provide setback to the north, it's just going to be a strip of dead area there. I think it's better to continue the wall to the back of the property. That way, you don't have a corridor to the existing property to the right, to the north of this plan. But yeah, I appreciate his concerns, but for sure we're going to take care of during construction and design. We're going to take care of his concerns.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, so first question. The entrance to most of the units is from the side. And is the intention, like I noticed that in the plan, the only walkway is from the back. So is the intention that most of the entrance to the units people will enter from the laneway at the back? Is that the plan?
Yeah, to go to the middle of the house, or to the middle of the building, so they can go. The staircase there will be in a better position than putting it to the north. To the front or to the back of the building. Just for ease of access, we put it in the middle, so that way, for all apartments to be accessible, to be accessed easily.
But you're expecting people to access that staircase from the laneway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And to follow up with a question, why are you using the tandem driveway instead of having them side by side?
Sorry, say that again?
Why is the driveway structured as a tandem instead of having the cars parked side by side?
We don't have enough room to put them side by side because it requires 2.9, and the width, I think it's less than that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Dylan asked the question about access, and you said that the access to the apartments would be from the laneway. There is a walkway that goes from Lansdowne along the side. So would residents be using that, or would they get access from the laneway?
From the front or from the laneway, that's for the vehicle access, I meant.
Oh, so tenants would access their units from Lansdowne along the side of the house?
Yes.
Okay.
In the plans, that's done as soft landscaping, so that's why I was confused.
Oh, I'm just looking at a picture and there's a sidewalk right now, currently.
Yeah, but in the plans,
That's interesting.
there's no plan, the walkway, there's no indication of a walkway on the side.
Right.
So that's why I was unclear about the intention.
Right. So it's a little confusing.
Could I ask,
Sure, Peter.
what's the distance between your property at 619 and 617? It looks like it's probably just about a meter. Is that accurate? Or less than a meter?
I'm not sure exactly what it looks like, yeah.
So they'd be on the neighbor's property to get in?
But,
Is that what your
yeah,
concern is?
is there a right of way between your property and 617? Like it's, the survey, to the neighbors, to your north point, the survey is very difficult to read, and I'm not seeing any shared right of way, but maybe there is, I can't tell.
Looks like the property line goes right down the middle. And
There may be one. It looks like it's boxed off at the back. I'm not sure. Okay, do you know if there's a right of way between your property and the property to the south?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Thanks.
any further questions? Okay.
I wanted to speak to just address the agent again. In my estimation, this is not a very well, I think this is actually a desirable concept, but this doesn't seem like a very well-prepared plan. And I'm really wondering if the agent, I'm pushing again to see if the agent would be willing to defer in order to both address the forestry questions and also, frankly, develop a more detailed plan for how to address drainage, how to address access, and all these other things. I think in principle this is a good policy, but it's just not very well, there's not a lot of detail at the moment. So I'm just wondering if, pushing again to see if the agent will be willing to defer as per forestry's request, in order to both address forestry's concerns and also, frankly, maybe get some more professional help to develop more detailed plans.
Sorry, did you hear that, sir? I mean, I think the panel is wondering if it might not be a better idea for you to defer this application and get your application in better order and return at a future date.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate that advice, and we will take that.
So you are agreeing to a deferral?
Yes, I agree to defer, please.
Maybe could have done that at the beginning of the session, but okay.
I got good insight, so it was good.
All right. No, I'm sorry, you can't speak. Yeah, fair enough. Was there any further questions, comments? Okay, you can make your motion. And then we'll hear from,
No. We'll have to hear from him first about the
First.
deferral before you make the motion.
okay, just in order. Okay, sir. Now you can come up, and if you want to come up to the microphone, sir?
I was just going to ask.
No, just, I have to ask you a question, so we need it on record, so if you could come up to the microphone, please.
While we had the designer on the line, I wanted to ask him, is he going to demolish the last 12 feet of the house?
So what?
Or is he, as shown, going to build a new addition, demolish it and build the addition?
So we're not going to do that right now.
No.
What we're deciding about right now is whether or not to defer this application. They have a number of things that they have to do, and including having, I think, some conversations with you about the questions you have, and we will make that suggestion to the applicant that perhaps a discussion might help address some of the concerns that you have. So for the purposes of this proceeding, what I need to hear from you is, are you in support of a deferral, or you are in support?
I am in support of the
Okay.
deferral. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now, Dylan.
Okay, I would move to defer this application. First, so that the applicant can fulfill the requests by forestry, but also so the applicant can consult with the neighbor in terms of drainage issues and such. And also to prepare more detailed plans with better, clearer answers to questions of access, to what the existing conditions are, as the neighbor asked about, and what the plans are for any demolition or changes in that site. So with much more detailed, thorough plans.
And it was specific to the neighbor, I've forgotten the address, was it to the north? 621.
621, yeah.
All right, thank you. Motion defer with that commentary by Mr. Reed. Can I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? That's approved. And to the agent, you've heard the panel make a number of suggestions for you to entertain for returning to this committee, and we would suggest you take those seriously. Thank you. All right. Item number 15. 422 Clinton Street. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached fourplex with front and rear porches, front and rear basement walkouts, front and rear second-story balconies, and a front third-story balcony. The existing 2.5-story detached dwelling will be demolished. The existing garage in the rear yard, accessed by the rear lane, will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received September the 11th. A red line zoning notice received September the 11th. Revised zoning notice received September the 11th. A cover letter from the agent, arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, and a copy of the rental housing demolition and conversion declaration of use form. We have a correspondence in opposition from 416, 424, 438, 490, 436 Clinton Street. We have 428 Clinton, 420, 421 Clinton, and 128 Barton Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We do have one person here in person to speak, as well as 3 registered speakers online.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, we'll unmute the agent, Eddie Perez.
Mr. Perez.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name's Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. We're the designers and the applicant for this project.
Okay, sir, we'll need a presentation, please.
Yeah, as you noted, we're doing a 4-unit dwelling at this property. As per planning's request, we made a couple of changes. We had main wall height at 10.05. It got reduced to 9.45 meters.
Well,
The other
Eddie, can you just make reference to which variance is being changed?
Well, yeah, variance number 6 was that one, the height.
Okay.
And then also variance number 3 got changed from 24% to 30%, which went to 27.43 square meters.
Okay.
And we got a revised notice, as you noted earlier. And also, those were the 2 concerns that they had. And I also told planning that we would put permanent road pavers. And those are also indicated on the drawings. If you look at the site plan, we also indicated all the rear is going to be permanent road pavers, any walkways and such, so the water will drain. And the reasoning for under area at the back is because the garage is pretty big and then it takes up a lot of the backyard. So that's why the number is bigger than it should be. If you look at the rear, it's almost all soft landscaping, and like I indicated, it's permeable pavers. So we're trying to have the water drain properly. And then there's no encroaching on any neighbors. We have the 1 foot away from the property lines for any gutters or any water. And yeah, and then the other variance that we have is we're very minor in the front yard. We have 465 instead of 477. And then in the other side yard is 0.45. We have 0.31, which is also minor. And then we have the building depth at 19.39 instead of 19 meters. We feel that this is very appropriate for the area. And as you can see, I put in the thing showing the distance to the subway, which is approximately about 200 and such meters away only. And as you know, along Bloor, there's a lot of bike lanes, so people will be commuting by bike and by subway. So this project is very desirable for the area, and I feel that it meets the 4 test. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have some speakers, but anything burning? Dylan?
Just one question. For the variance 5, the side yard setback, is that basically an existing condition of the existing building?
It's a slight change. Right now, it's, I think, 4.4 something. We're going to 0.31.
Okay.
And that was just to give the room sizes so they wouldn't be too small, because we needed a 0.9 on the other side to make it a legal fourplex for the access route. Access route has to be a minimum 0.90.
So the access route's on the north side?
Yeah, it has to be minimum, so that's, and then if we start, we need a little bit of space because the rooms are, as you can see, they're not big in size, so we took a little bit on that side, but we will make sure that everything's done and shoring and everything will be done properly so that there's no damage to anybody property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? All right. Next speaker, first speaker. Good afternoon, sir. Your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Leslie Endes, and I live at 416 Clinton.
Okay. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm here today to represent myself, my family, and a number of other residents that have signed the letter that I prepared. I don't need to list their names, but they're on the back sheet of the letter we prepared. We're also aware of the other letters of objection to this proposal. I live 3 doors south of the proposal. One of the other signatories here lives directly north, adjacent to the proposal. And the proposal to the south is represented by an estate. The woman there, Carolina, passed away, and her offspring are in the process of dealing with the home and have also submitted a letter. I'm not sure if the committee has had a chance to review all those letters. Okay,
We've
great.
seen them all, yep.
Fantastic. Because we do kind of refer to each other's letters in the sense we don't want to be repetitive. So in a nutshell, I'm going to propose that the main reason, well, first of all, I want to applaud the applicant. I just want to, I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
I'm sure he'd be thrilled.
Right, I'm sure I hope he's thrilled. I think it's fantastic that people are taking the opportunity to redevelop properties in the neighborhood. We're in support of redevelopment. There have been others. There are some that are underway. So as a community, we are, for the record, in support of multifamily housing within our community. We have a very close-knit community. We have a fantastic school and community center, which we believe need new residents to support. And part of that support, we would like to see children coming into the neighborhood. It's always been that sort of a setup. Now, I know we can't dictate who's going to move into these units, but we are concerned about the desirability of this particular development as it stands. And to that end, I'm going to make comments just about 2 tests. One is it minor in nature, what we're asking for, what they are asking for, and without going through each item, as the applicant already has mentioned, we are concerned as a whole. So we have 7 items which are addressing the current shape and size of the building, six of which address the envelope and 1 of which addresses the open landscape space. We find issue with them as a whole, that the building is just pushing against the allowable zoning in a way that just kind of exercises the density just to a degree that becomes uncomfortable for the neighbors, the immediate neighbors. So the impact on the depth of the building, for example, the height of the sidewalls, the platforms, the eaves, all the things that add up. The rear yard, as the committee knows, is a function of the remaining depth of the building, the remaining depth of the lot after the building is taken into consideration. So they're already asking for greater depth. On top of that, a reduction in the 50% down to 30. We think that that's an issue. We'd like to see more landscape open space in the back to deal with the rainwater events that we're having. Further to that, issues around bicycle storage. We're not seeing any concern to that, stated at least. I know when you do a laneway house, there's requirements to provide 2 spots minimum. I'd like to see some discussion around that, as well as garbage and recycling. The issue of a laneway house is also something that is concern to us. Allowing the 0.9 meters on the north side access to the back opens up the possibility of a laneway suite being added at a later date, as of right, from my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong in that. So that would raise the total unit count to 5 if this was approved. We are so anyhow, just to backtrack on the discussion of it not being minor, we're putting that forward, that with all the required variances, it should not be considered minor. In terms of the desirability, we are open to discussion with the applicant in terms of making it more desirable, or what we would call desirable period, by reducing the number of units if they're open to that. We would also like to see or hear about a discussion around affordable units. I know there are mechanisms in the city that allow for the applicant to enter into an agreement for, say, a 20-year period to offer a reduced rent. It's one thing to offer 3-bedroom units at a minimum size, but it's another to offer it at an affordable rate.
Sir, you're past your time. I'm just going to
ask
ask you.
you.
Yes, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely. I apologize for that. So on the level of just in terms of the desirability, we feel that it is desirable to an extent, but that it needs to be reworked, and we're open to discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Panel members, any questions? Nope. Can we have? Oh, sorry, Dylan. Yes.
Yeah, just to your question, I believe that as a lane, because it's actually on a laneway, the side access isn't actually relevant. If it's on a laneway, as long as there's access to the laneway, it should be okay. So a garden suite is what needs the side access.
My understanding, I'm in the business, my understanding is that firefighting access does require 0.9 meters from the front where the trucks will park to bring personnel access down to the laneway. Yeah. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I think so too. Or you can have sprinklers, I guess.
Well, there are compliance alternatives for longer distances.
Yeah,
but
for sure. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Any further questions? Do we have another speaker? Serena? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 708 Southeast Street. Anna?
Speaking.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Anna Limbicki. I live in High River, Alberta. I'm one of the children of 420 Clinton Street, my mom's estate. She passed away, so I'm representing my siblings. I think Les covered most of it. Our concern is from the drawings, it's the brick wall. He's actually doubling the size of the house. And so we would have total brick wall there and encroachment on our side. And also the comments about the garage being too big. It's not. It's exactly the same as the one we have. And in accordance to all the other garages, they're about the same scale. And the other thing, there is not one house on that side that has an extension to that property line that would block the view. And I agree that like a 3-unit or whatever, which it is now, would be conducive and open to sort of redesigning. But the way it stands now, it's been like a rooming house, and there's other issues that are involved in there, and it doesn't seem like it has appropriate, again, for the garbage recycling, and also the laneway home that they are proposing for down the road, which would, if this goes through, be 5 units. And I agree, they won't be affordable. The affordability aspect is something to really consider.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Panel, any questions?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we have is that it, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 2 more speakers.
Thank you.
We'll unmute the owner that we have here as 420 Clinton Street, so maybe this is one of the siblings, not sure. John? Okay, so let's unmute the owners at 433 Clinton Street, and then we'll attempt.
Mr. Catalano?
Hi there, my name is Milana Catalano.
Oh.
I'm on here on behalf of my father-in-law, Rocco Catalano, my husband, Tony Catalano, and my uncle, Mario Catalano.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're having, again, a little difficulty hearing you. What device are you using?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I think a little better, yes.
Okay. My name is Milana Catalano. I reside at 433 Clinton Street. I'm representing my husband, Tony Catalano, my father-in-law, Rocco Catalano, and my uncle, Mario Catalano. We own 4 properties on Clinton Street, and our concern with this property, like my neighbor, Leslie, and Carolina's children mentioned, I'm just echoing what they also stated. This property has been a property that has brought a lot of trouble to our street. It seems to be a rooming house. Not only that, the tenants that are occupying this property are not being properly screened to live at these homes. Also, what Leslie mentioned about the recycling garbage, there's always garbage on the property, food waste, as well as recycling all over their property, on their lawn, onto the sidewalk. And this is a safety concern. There is a lot of children in the neighborhood, and the folks that are living at that home are not being properly screened. And in turn, there is a lot of kids. Myself, I have 2 daughters, and it is worrying for, children coming home at night or coming home from school, having these people that are not being screened. And, with this proposition of these units, it feels like they're going to be doing a rooming house here, and that there's not going to be a proper management of who is screening these tenants to live at this property, and that's what we were worried about.
Okay.
And so basically, that's what why we're on here. We own a couple of properties, like I mentioned. We also have tenants, but we screen all our tenants who are at these properties. We live on the street, so we are watching our tenants and ensuring that they're ensuring that they're doing everything properly, we're doing recycling and garbage and not just throwing things on the grass. And, because we do live on the street and we want to respect our fellow neighbors. But, with this property being opposed, putting properties, that they're proposing, it feels like that there's not going to be proper management, and that we're going to have, different people coming in and out of these homes and not being screened, and can pose a danger to the street, and also not having that family community that we do. We have our annual street party. We also have our annual, I also host an annual party as well for all my fellow neighbors. And, this is the issue we're having with this property, and it's the size as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, we're gonna try John one more time at 420 Clinton Street. So they've been unmuted. Hello, John? No.
All right, we will go back to the agent, Mr. Perez.
Hello again, this is Eddie. Okay, I'm gonna go through some of the points that they made. One was the eaves. The eaves are not gonna be encroaching. We don't have an encroachment for that. And as per the person saying about for having children, we did design these so that they would accommodate small families, because as you see, there are 3-bedroom units. And then also, as per the 0.9 meter side yard, that had to be done because we have a set of stairs in the front, set of stairs in the back. And to accommodate legal units, you have to have 0.9 meter access, and you need separate set of stairs to meet code. You cannot have common area stairs. So that's the reasoning for the 0.9. It has to be done for code. So if we ask for less now, we wouldn't get approved code-wise. So that's the reasoning for that. And it meets code, and we're not here before you for any garden suite. We're here just for the 4 units. And the other thing was that was the access, that they said small families, we're okay. And I'm happy to answer any of your questions if you.
Okay, thank you. Dylan?
In terms of the second-story rear balcony, would it be okay if we required privacy screening on the north and south sides?
Yeah, we're okay with that. No issues there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Eddie, just scrolling through, hang on, bear with me for a second. I was scrolling through your floor plans, and your roof plan calls a flat roof, but on the actual drawing it says flat room. I'm assuming that's a typo.
Oh, it's flat. That was a typo. Sorry about
Because
that.
you're not planning to have like a rooftop
No,
balcony or anything up
that's
there.
a typo.
Okay.
Sorry about
Nothing
that.
gets by the committee of adjustment. All right. Any further questions of the agent? All right, let's take this in committee.
We don't need nothing.
Who wants to start? Peter?
I can start, Chair. Thanks for the neighbors who participated. I think particularly the gentleman who attended in person made some very good points, I thought. I'm looking at this and thinking it's a very desirable application. I think the way the units have been laid out makes a lot of sense. A variety in terms of multi-floor versus single floor, and they're large units. I think this is exactly the kind of thing that the city is wanting to see in neighborhoods. And then just going back to the actual variances themselves, it's surprising how small they are to me. This is gonna be a large building, it's gonna be a large departure from what's there now. But I think it's a very small increase over what is permitted as of right. The variances are, I think, minor. And the rear soft yard landscaping, I think it's really been improved almost as much as it can be, and I think it's being supported by the permeable pavers. So I'm gonna support the application. I think it's good.
Dylan?
I would agree with my colleague. I mean, it's obviously larger because it's a fourplex and has some more generous zoning, so I totally understand that the neighbors will find that a bit of a change. But that is the intention of the bylaw, and the actual variances are minor. The one that I was concerned about was the south side yard, but I take the point that they had to provide space on the north side. And actually, the setback on their side seems to be about the same as the setback on from their southern neighbors, so I think that's only reasonable. And overall, I think it is pretty desirable. It may be that the garage will be a laneway house at some point, but that's completely, again, something that the city is actually encouraging. So, that's actually something the city is encouraging. They do allow 5 units with a fourplex and a laneway or garden suite. So when that comes to committee, that will be something that we'll look at, if that comes to committee. So I think overall, really, the variances are pretty minor, and it's overall desirable. And I think it's really well thought out. I agree with my colleague, it's so well planned. And I don't think that these do look like units that families can live in. They don't look like units that will necessarily be rooming house. Some of them are substantial, and they provide space. So I think it'll be a contribution to the neighborhood.
Thanks. I think sometimes neighbors their perspective of a new development is often framed and colored by what's existing. And in this case, there appears to be people living in it that aren't particularly good neighbors, and that is always a bit of an issue. The other issue is multiplexes is now an approved policy. Many of these kinds of structures are going to be increasingly popping up into existing neighborhoods, and it is going to be an adjustment for neighbors because they are larger than what is there now. But my colleagues talked about 2 things. I think the configuration of having family-sized units is a good thing in existing established neighborhoods. And introducing rental accommodation is a good thing, but this is also walkable to the subway, Christie Pitts, a lot of the amenities on Bloor. These are the kinds of areas, quite frankly, where it is appropriate for adding additional density and additional rental accommodation. So I think I would agree with you both that this is a very supportable application.
I just wanted to make one more point. The neighbor did bring up the issue of bicycle parking, and I would hope that, sorry, I don't know what's going on. I would hope that that perhaps the garage can be used for that as well as a car.
Someone want to try a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval of the application as amended. So that's with variance 3 and variance 6 being improved. I'd also tie it to the site plan regarding the provision of permeable pavers in the rear yard. And to my colleague's point, I would like to require privacy screening on the north and south side of the 2nd floor rear balcony.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reid to that effect, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? Unanimous, you have your approval. Thank you. Thank you for coming down, sir. Item number 16, 175 Pearson. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition containing front and rear canopies, a rear integral garage, and a below-grade basement and tunnel connecting the main house in the rear yard, abutting the laneway. The existing 1-story ancillary building, which is a detached garage, will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, 4 form letters in support from 172, 173, 174, and 177 Pearson. Correspondence and interest from Christian Bauer, no address provided, and opposition from 169 and 170 Pearson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and 1 registered speaker online.
Great, thank you.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Good afternoon. Your name and address, please, sir.
Joe Hoffman. I'm a partner at Goodman's LLP, and my address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
All right, sir. We'll need a presentation on this application, please.
Definitely. The application, as you noted, is for a rear garage connected by a tunnel to the main house, and importantly, there are no changes being proposed to the primary home. As you'll see from the presentation materials before you, the left side of this diagram shows the existing garage in need of improvements. The right side shows the proposed garage, very much in keeping with the location and massing of the adjacent garages fronting the rear laneway. Planning staff, importantly, have no objections to the proposal. We have engaged planning staff as part of this process. As you noted, as the chair noted in the committee's records, there's also 4 letters of support from neighbors, including the neighbors, importantly, on both sides of the property. This is an interesting proposal, which I think the committee will appreciate. The variances, for the most part, are very much technical in nature. Because the garage will be connected by a tunnel to the main house, the garage is technically considered part of the main house, and this gives rise to a number of technical variances, despite the fact that, as a practical matter, the garage will read as a standalone garage in keeping with all other garages in the neighborhood, because the tunnel is underground and will not be seen. So this is page 2 before you. What we've done here is we have 3 columns. We've listed the variances being requested in column 1. The second column shows the resulting variance if there was no tunnel, and the third column shows the technical variance we are seeking resulting from the tunnel. So as you'll see, with the east side yard setback, we're proposing a 0.28 east side yard setback, where 0.3 would be required if there was no tunnel. That's less than an inch. But because of the tunnel, a 0.6 meter setback would be required. But I would suggest to this committee that that's a red herring. The garage will read as a typical standalone garage with no tunnel, with the tunnel out of sight below grade. The canopy projection, as you'll see, members of the committee, there's no variance that would be required but for the tunnel. Similar to depth, there would be no variance but for the tunnel. Rear yard setback, no variance would be required but for the tunnel. And similarly with FSI, no variance would be required. Landscape open space, without the tunnel, the landscape variance would be considered 33% coverage. This is very much in keeping with similar variances in the area. We undertook some research in advance of this committee hearing. 150 Pearson approved for 25% coverage, 76 Galley approved for 16% coverage, 110 Marion and 134 Marion Street approved at 29 and 28.7 respectively. And through you, Mr. Chair, there are a host of other variances that are listed in the research that we received that are at or less than 33%. As I hope you'll appreciate, this application is very much technical in nature, which I think is a large reason why planning staff support the application, along with the most immediate neighbors. If we could turn to page 3, this is just to help the committee. This is a site plan view of the location of the existing house, which again is not proposed to be changed, and the new garage connected by the tunnel. If we could go to page 4, this is an elevation view of location of the existing house and the new garage connected by the tunnel. The tunnel's fully underground. If we could go to page 5, this diagram is intended to show the appropriateness of the landscape variance. So as you'll see, there is a fair amount of green space proposed at the rear. However, because the garage is technically considered part of the rear house, for the purpose of calculating the variance, the only landscape open space that's being calculated are those strips of green that you see between the laneway and the rear garage. But when you take all of the rear landscaping behind the main house into consideration, the coverage jumps up considerably to 33%, which again is very much in keeping with the neighborhood. If we could just go to the last slide on page 6, this diagram shows similar garages in the area, and we'll see, as you'll see, there are a number of examples of similar structures in the area that's being proposed here. I do recognize that there are some letters of opposition. I have read those letters. I believe most of those letters come from a misunderstanding of the purpose and intent of the application. For example, some letters raise issue about the depth variance. but this is not a case where we are proposing to have a very deep main house visible to the eye. Rather, we're proposing to keep the existing house in place, build a garage, very much in keeping with other garages in the area, which would be connected by a tunnel, which I think has caused some confusion. In my respectful submission, this application very much meets the four tests of the Planning Act, and again, it's supported by city staff and the most immediate neighbors. The last thing I'd like to add is if the committee did see fit, we would be happy to impose a condition that my client build the proposal substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, which was received by the committee on August 9th, 2024. This would ensure that our client cannot take advantage of the technical nature of the variances to build something different, which is not their intention. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions in support of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Doug.
Hi, sir. My question was any evidence collected about how a tunnel impacts on drainage? Was any of that provided to us? I didn't see any.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I did see in the opposition letters that there was some concern about drainage. Again, the 18% is not a reflection of the true open space area for this proposal. If we tie the approval to the site plan drawing, there will be much more open space. We will have to go through the building permit process where those technical requirements will have to be met, and we'll have to ensure through that process that there's appropriate drainage on our site. And our client is committed to ensuring that through that process, all the T's are crossed and all of the I's are dotted.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? We have a speaker lined up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 170 Pearson Avenue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If we could get your name and address, please.
Ursula Nocon at 170 Pearson Avenue. The cover letter that the applicant supplied mentions that there are a number of new and larger garages on the Pearson Avenue laneway, and few have required any variances. In fact, at least 3 of the photos in the presentation slide are of laneway suites and not garages. Laneway suites have their own set of bylaws with regard to setback, height, and soft landscaping. Laneway suite bylaws were created to provide additional housing. Interestingly enough, the bylaws for laneway suites also require 85% of their rear yard to be converted to soft landscaping for properties that have a frontage of over 6 meters. In the presentation slide, do any of these structures have legal basements with a tunnel leading to the main dwelling? The applicant's intention is to expand their own living space by building a garage with a basement underneath. Would not a living space in this basement of a detached garage typically require a variance? This has been circumvented by adding the underground tunnel from the garage to the house. And now they are looking for a variance to reduce the resulting maximum building depth to 27.89 meters, which I realize he is expressing it as a technicality. However, I'm concerned that the implications of this variance, if it's granted, that it could set a precedent for any future builds with regards to the depth of built dwellings on the lots, which would have a devastating effect on our neighborhood. The proposed plan and variances requested seem to circumvent on a significant scale the various bylaws that exist in order to justify this build. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws is not being preserved. While the applicant is trying to minimize the impact of the tunnel, the plan poses a problem itself, along with the proposed hardscaping. Although one may not see the tunnel, subgrade builds affect the environment both above and below the ground. I'm concerned that this build is being considered in an area that is historically known for its underground creeks and water issues. Flooding has become a serious issue in the city, both with overland surface runoff and underground seepage, as we've seen in this past year. How will the water in this yard be mitigated with a large underground tunnel and the accompanying hardscaping? Subsurface builds do not support the planting of trees and limit vegetative growth. They affect stormwater management, they impact natural drainage, and they displace any underground creeks or water that occur in their area, resulting in problems for the neighboring areas, such as structural damage and flooding or pooling. Now, previously I stated this is not an iceberg home, but I've since come to realize that, in fact, this is an iceberg build because you cannot see the structure extend extending underground beyond the footprint of the main dwelling. This is huge. It's 10 feet wide and 21 feet long. Should an emergency arise where EMS has to be called due to a fire, will the city have measures to identify where these structures lie so that occupants, neighboring properties, and the attending EMS employees are protected? Subterranean builds are the new trend, and I question whether the city is ready for it. I'm concerned that these type of builds will set a precedent in an area where we have tight lots. I believe the full effects of these type of builds need to be considered both above and below ground environmentally, as well as what it would mean to the neighborhood and surrounding area. Sections 3.4 and 5 of the Toronto Official Plan form the basis in creating a green and resilient city, one that incorporates sustainable design to deal with climate change. It is the zoning bylaws that help implement the Toronto Official Plan on a local level in our neighborhoods, such as the minimum requirements for soft landscaping. 30% from the required 50% is too little. Soft landscaping doesn't just address water infiltration. Soft landscaping support is vegetative growth, which promotes biodiversity, combats the urban heat island effect, supports the growth of trees, which increases our tree canopy and reduces pollution. Hardscaping and permeable pavers do not have this ability. While I empathize with the applicant's need for extra space, I do not believe that the proposal in its current form meets the 4 criteria for approval. These variances are not minor, they're major. The variances requested are not in keeping with residential properties on the street. The project is not a desirable development of the land. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws is not being preserved. And this build is not in keeping with the spirit and intent of the Toronto Official Plan and its mission to be a green, sustainable, and resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Panel, any questions? No? Okay, can we have the agent back? Mr. Hoffman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just have a short moment to respond to some of the matters that were raised.
Absolutely.
So I think it's important to note that this is a desirable redevelopment. This is allowing a family to grow in their home and improve their existing home. And as you saw from the first slide, this is a garage that's in need of improvement. And there's an opportunity through this process to build underneath that garage, connect that garage to the main house, and have this entire property much more livable for this family. There was a suggestion that there were a number of pictures, I think 3, that contain laneway houses. I would say 2 things in response. One, I think laneway houses speak to the built form considerations at the rear of the laneway, but 2, that is 3 of 15 pictures. If you go to the last page, there are 15 pictures that show what type of massing is located at the rear, and most of those, I would say 12, if 3 are laneway houses, show parking garages. This is not a case where it's going to present a horrible precedent for the street. This is a case where there's a very particular variance being sought on a very particular project, and that shouldn't be ignored. So there was some discussion about fire safety and what happens if EMS needs to arrive at the property. This is all going through the city's process, the regular process, the building permit process, and everything will be done to code. The last thing I would say is there was some concern about materiality or open landscape and what that means for drainage. I appreciate there are some concerns from a nearby neighbor. I think it's important to note that we have engaged the most immediate neighbors on either side of the property. They're fine with the proposal because they know the lengths for which we're going to go to make this all appropriate. I don't think this is necessary, but if the committee felt so inclined, our client would agree that 50% of the rear yard would be made of a permeable material. If that would go and help the committee in making a decision on this application. And that may address the concerns raised by the neighbor. Again, this is an application where we have taken great lengths to speak with the neighbors as well as planning. Planning has no issue. We've also the application, as a matter of course, has also been circulated to all of the relevant departments, and none of those departments have come back with reports suggesting that the application should be deferred or refused because there's no issues arising from this application. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions in response. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Sir, in my experience, this is quite an unusual application. I frankly don't think I've seen one like this before. So in effect, you're creating an underground tunnel to a basement area, which will have a garage over it, but the basement area is sort of an extension of your basement, be used for recreation purposes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So again, is quite unique. Is there plan to make this habitable in any way? Like, is there your client's expectation that they will use this like for a living space?
So if we could go to, I think it's slide 4, which is the elevation drawing. I think that will serve to demonstrate the intention well. So you've got the main house. The main house is then constructed below ground to the garage. The garage will be used as a garage, and then below the garage, the area for which the tunnel connects, that will be a recreational space for the owners of the property. So it'll be more space for them to live comfortably on their property, and it would be below the garage.
Okay, so again, without slicing this too delicately, are people going to be sleeping there? Like, I see there's no plans for a bedroom, but there's a wet bar and a recreation area. So, I mean, we don't plan necessarily by use, but I do want to get a sense of what the intended use of this is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no intention to sleep in that area. I don't think it could legally be a bedroom because there would be no window. It's really intended to act as a recreation room as illustrated on the plan. It's just more family space for this family to spend time in together, whether it's a TV room or some sort of living room. But that's really the intention. It's just more family space for them to relax and spend time together on the property. And it's being done, if I could add, in a way where it has very limited impacts on neighboring properties, because instead of extending the depth of the main house to create more room for this family, they're taking a very creative approach, which is creating a tunnel that nobody can see underground to the garage, and then building room beneath that garage to allow for more living space. So from a bystander walking past, this is very sensitive to the eye. This is not a proposal where we're looking to blow out the back wall and extend the building very deep. That will have impacts on the most immediate neighbors. This is a much more creative, and I would suggest to you, thoughtful approach.
Okay, the second question is the tunnel area. It's going to be excavated, presumably constructed, and then topped back up with some sort of treatment. How much depth would there be if it's going to be grass or if it's going to be something different? Like, what's on top of the tunnel?
So if we could go to the landscape drawing, which may be slide 5. So there will not be an opportunity on top of the tunnel to plant trees, but there will be an opportunity to introduce some green space, whether it's through planters or the like. So you'll see here, we have shown some additional green space on top of the tunnel, and if we tie the approval to this plan, that would be required to be implemented as part of any final build.
So is it pavers or something on top of the tunnel?
That's the intention. The gray area would be some sort of paver.
Okay. Okay, panel members, anyone have any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, just the tunnel's quite wide, but it looks maybe like not all of that is used, just for some of that might be used for utility or something. Can you just explain why the tunnel is quite wide and what the different uses are within it?
I don't, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think there's an intention to have any uses within the tunnel. I think that was just a design that allowed for comfortable access to the rear garage. I don't think there's anything really further as part of the design that was taken into account. It really just is a design exercise to create an appropriate access point from the main house to the garage.
Right. I'm looking at the blown up version, and now it looks like maybe there's gonna be a closet or something along part of it, which is fine. That's just clarifying why it's so wide.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, sir, we don't have any additional questions. Let's go into committee. This is unique.
Well, I can start, just offer some thoughts. We actually did have another tunnel application before us a couple weeks back, or maybe a month back, and I think it split the committee. And I think it was ultimately approved, but I can't remember all the details of that, but I feel like the tunnel was potentially narrower and off to the side more. But when I think about this plan, I think the 10-foot tunnel is pretty wide, but I don't feel very confident in terms of like what is the impact in terms of the things that green space are trying to accomplish, like drainage. I don't know how this affects it. I don't know if the water is going to go to the side and push out more to the other homes. And I don't know, I feel like that's the kind of information that it would have been helpful for us to see. If you're doing something so novel, I think maybe you might provide that. But so I'm not sure that I support it, but I'm open to hear what other folks have to say.
Okay. Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I don't know, I've seen some of these before as well. There was one a couple years ago, but I'm concerned about, not understanding the impacts, especially to like groundwater and water table and that kind of stuff, that I think for such a novel application should be incumbent on the applicant to at least get an opinion letter or something from someone who can comment on that. Because for me, the concern is more the replication. Like if this is a one-off, you can look at it and say, yeah, that's probably fine. But if everyone on this block were to do that, then I think you'd get into probably some significant issues, right? Presumably. The other thing that complicates this is that there's full living space in the back as well, right? Like the residential component has extended on underneath the garage. It's not just a garage anymore. It's an actual heated extension of living space through a very wide tunnel, which could have been a lot more modest in its width, I think. So I understand that most of the variances being requested are technical, but I don't think I'm going to support this application. I think that it goes to the desirability and the questions around environmental impact of it.
Dylan?
I am on the fence about this one. I think it's a clever idea. I don't know why this is happening. I think this is a clever idea. I think that there's a good point that this way there's less impact on the exterior. But I agree that the tunnel seems wider than necessary. It looks like maybe it's going to be used for storage as well. Which might be okay, but if we understood more about the impact on drainage and stuff. I mean, obviously everyone has a basement, so, there is obviously a lot of underground material as well. There are plenty of laneway houses that have basements as well, which also impacts. But having an underground tunnel that basically extends across the entire property, maybe that wouldn't have an impact, maybe it would, but it would be great to have, because it's unusual, it would be great to have some kind of response to that.
Okay, I'll just weigh in. I kind of agree with Peter, and I appreciate that I've seen tunnels before, but usually they're access to where they keep their cars and stuff. I've never seen it access to a living space area like that. And frankly, it's simply, I'm not going to opine too much on the use, but it's a recreation room. But I do notice that the applicant is planning to dig out and underpin their existing basement. Seems to me that that would afford the opportunity to provide that kind of recreational space in the existing basement. So I'm not convinced of the need. And it is, you know, we've had this discussion about, this is an iceberg house, but we've had this discussion many times about underground areas, and usually we're starting to see them, but at least you've got 3 or 4 feet of soil where you can arguably have material that absorbs water. In this case, it doesn't. So I commend the applicant. It's a creative solution, a creative idea, but I think there's enough concern on behalf of all of us that I don't think, at least the way it's configured right now and put to us, I don't think it's supportable either. So, who wants to move a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Larry. For the reasons I outlined before, I don't believe that this application is desirable, and I don't think it meets the intent, actually, of the zoning bylaw. So I move that we refuse the application.
Okay, motion to refuse by Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? And Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? That's unanimous. The application is refused. Thank you. Number 17, 160 Morningside Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling currently under construction from a previous application or previous approval by increasing the habitable space on the first level of the dwelling. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letters from the agent, decision number A0858/22 TUI affecting the subject property, geotechnical engineering report, and permit to injure or destroy trees. We have staff report from the TRCA. We have correspondence and opposition from 159 Morningside Avenue and 162 Morningside.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Your name and address, please.
Nicholas Dell, for the record, 1370 Hurontario Street.
Okay. We will need a presentation from you, sir.
Very good. Through you, Mr. Chair, I was authorized by Emily and Rip, as they're so called, the co-owners of this property, were building their dream home. They received approval for an FSI, the height of a wall exposed to the exterior side yard, because the property is uniquely on the corner of a street that's sweeping in Swansea, as well as FSI 4.41. Soil conditions, as you can imagine in Swansea, were revealed to be quite unstable on the high water table, and so they subsequently, through a geotechnical investigation, obtained a permit, a change order permit that is, to pour a higher foundation. And that permit was approved for the higher foundation. The difference, or the delta, between the previous approval for foundation level and what's before you today and what was actually approved and constructed on site is 94 centimeters. So almost a meter higher in terms of the top of the poured foundation. But this left quite a lot of room above the garage space. And so my client, after receiving approval during the construction process, went back for a zoning applicable law review and captured an additional FSI variance of 0.59. And so 17 feet for a garage is a little much. I think growing up, I did appreciate the storage that a garage could have with rafters, but because of the poured foundation investigation discovered through construction, we felt it's necessary, I think, to try and add a room. I have a presentation, Mr. Chair, that compares the previous approval, the subsequent approval for the poured foundation, and what's being proposed today. I do note that there's support from the immediately adjacent neighbor at 158, and the neighbor across the street at 155, and that the zoning bylaw, often as it's written, does leave something to the imagination when it comes to what you may think being proposed today. I've had a chance to review some of the objection letters that were submitted to the portal on Monday afternoon, and I'd be happy to address them, but I think I'll save those comments for after the members of the audience speak. But through you, Mr. Chair, it's important that the committee understands that I do believe, in my professional opinion, this is in keeping with the prevailing character of the immediate and broader context. There are other prevailing precedents of FSI greater than what's being proposed for this particular lot. And I don't believe that, and I think the committee will agree with me, that neighborhoods are stable, not static, and that this type of approval and seeking an extra habitable space at the first level as a result of a higher poured foundation is not going to destabilize or create a harmful precedent. There are some changes to the elevations in terms of the number of windows. I will note for the committee's benefit that in October of 2022, when this proposal was before the committee, there was a rear yard neighbor who was concerned for privacy, and we sought and accepted a condition at that time for glazing. The number of windows in the rear have now significantly been decreased, so there are things that we can and can't control that are and are not before the committee in terms of what the building department has approved for the change order for the higher poured foundation. So the elevations have changed slightly, but they've changed for the better, in my opinion. There's far less windows. I do know, Mr. Chair, that we don't have urban forestry or community planning comments, and I think it's safe, but I won't say completely safe. I think it is safe to assume that if they were uncomfortable, we likely would have heard from them. But the main and important notion of this variance before you, Mr. Chair, is that it's not seeking any improvement to the footprint that was approved previously. It's just an interior technical variance sought for an additional room. It's not going to expand the footprint, and therefore will not expand or encroach on any tree protection zones that haven't already been permitted. And I believe, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm being unfair, that that's part of the reason why forestry doesn't have any conditions, because there are no further impacts and increase to the envelope that would merit a forestry approval. So there are no additional trees being taken down. There's no additional expansion, and I do feel as a professional consultant that generally impact is subordinate to setbacks, coverages, and heights, in addition to FSI, of course. But seeing as that we're just looking for a technical variance related to an additional room, that I don't believe that this is an overdevelopment or a home that would destabilize the Swansea neighborhood or in the immediate character. Happy to answer any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Dylan?
Just to clarify, the increased FSI is not just through, but also because now you have to include the basement because everything got raised. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Great.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think fully understand. So you couldn't go down as deep as you wanted to. So the foundation is a little higher, and you are adding a new room?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And the reason because you lost the space in the basement?
No, because the poured foundation for the garage slab hasn't changed, but the foundation for the rest of the home above. So there's a lot of extra room above the room, the space above the garage. So this was like a much high, it used to be about 14 feet, the garage, which you can imagine it leaves some room for storage, but now it's about 17 feet. And so that allows for a comparable use of a study room.
Oh,
so the remainder of the house got lifted, but not the garage floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I hope that answers your question.
okay. I think I understand. Thank you. All right. Any further questions? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we will call up Nicholas Singh.
A busy day for you, Mr. Singh.
Yes, it is. Yes, in light of the.
Just for the record,
Yes,
name and,
Nicholas Singh, sorry, yes, good afternoon.
and you're
Swansea
representing.
ratepayers,
Yep.
yes. In light of the answer to the questions about the foundation and how that works, according to the material that was submitted, it appeared that the foundation still remained at 89.33 for the design of the buildings in both the old and the new diagrams. So we had a question as to what had actually changed. We just heard that it's the house that has moved up, but the garage has stayed where it is. Since there was a height issue, I think there's no change to the height of the house. So it's still within what was approved previously?
There's no variance for height
Right.
before us.
Right, okay. So, the only other comment we have is in terms of character of the neighborhood. We do know that across the street at 155, it was approved at the OMB at 0.41, which was the same FSI as approved for this project. And in the immediate context, we're not aware of anything that exceeds that. There are other buildings that exceed that in other parts of Swansea, but not in the immediate context. And so we would submit that the official plan would require that there be something more appropriate to match it if it's going to be meeting the tests for maintaining the character of the area. So,
Okay.
those
Thank
are
you,
our
sir.
comments.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No? Thank you.
Welcome.
We have the agent back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one other
Oh,
speaker.
pardon me.
We will unmute the owner at 159 Morningside Avenue.
Good afternoon. I am Franklin Tall at 159 Morningside Avenue. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So I have several questions. First of all, the window of this proposed study is already there. So I'm wondering, have they constructed what they are asking permission for? So that's a question. Secondly, it was approved up to 0.41 in the last round, and now we're going to 0.59. That's a concern as to whether they have some undisclosed idea of putting yet more stuff on the property. I just heard him say that they took account of the objections and put glazing in the back. The objection was on the side. That's where they wanted the glazing, because the window is just a few feet from the window of the neighbor at 162, and that has not been glazed. Finally, they put in this huge concrete shell because of the unstable soil below. Incidentally, before construction, I had told them that there used to be a creek running through there and that might cause some problems. So they put in this shell, and the effect of the shell is that the collected surface water from the back of the property is now coming through a very narrow area between the two houses. And in the last rainstorm, it already started making a trench there, which will, if this continues, it will affect the foundation of the neighboring property. So I have these several concerns that I would like them to address.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is that it, Sabrina? Okay. Okay, sir, you've heard some questions, and maybe you could address them, please.
Certainly. I'll start with Mr. Tall, because that's fresh in my mind. But I have, of course, answers for Mr. Singh as well. The first notion is of glazing in the previous approval. I'm going to take, if I could ask staff to please go to page 12 of the presentation materials. Should be my supporting material presentation. There'd be 20 pages. Yep, that's it. And then page 12 of this document, please. So this is the presentation that compares the previous and current. We don't need to stay on all the pages. The one I'm taking to that's most salient to answer Mr. Tall's request is this page here. If you could zoom in, this is the current proposal, the significant reduction of windows. And apologies, could you actually go up to page 11? Sorry, I thought my client was hovering behind. Oh, he's here. Okay, excuse me. Committee, I'm sorry. It's actually page 13, not page 12 or 11. Thank you. So this was the previous approval, and I've highlighted the window in question that was a condition of that approval to be glazed. And so if you can now please go back to page 11, or page 12, excuse me, you can see the difference in the number of windows that are being proposed. And so I hope that clarifies Mr. Tall's question about the elevation that was under condition prior. The second question, I believe, Mr. Chair, unless I should pause there for a moment. No, thank you. Relates to swales and drainage easements. Interestingly enough, I find that I'm grateful being in a position where there has been a sufficient building permit and a subsequent change order building permit prior to a design change that the committee is considering because of the investigations and details that come through the building department relating to drainage and groundwater. And so, yes, overland routes and swales and easements may or may not exist, and when everything fails and the streets become rivers, water has to find a way out, and because of the grade of the road, you'll be finding that when water falls out of the sky, it will be traveling between houses, down the street, and out onto the major artery. Because of the sufficiently progressed and detailed review of the building permit and the poured foundation, the geotechnical report thereof, we have analyzed the filtration rates and the water table levels, and the building department was satisfied that the foundation that we created through the previous approval, that's not being changed except for the interior study that we're adding, did not negatively impact drainage. What's important, I think, to understand for Mr. Tall's benefit, having lived and experienced rainwater in this neighborhood far more than I have, is that maintaining drainage is often the standard. Improving drainage is something that's difficult to obtain. And so if my client, which I believe you'll agree with me, has sufficiently addressed and had agreement with the building department, has maintained drainage, then the development is appropriate. And so I believe that's my best answer to Mr. Tall's queries about drainage. Yes, it is maybe perhaps narrower, but it still conveys the same amount of water or the same degree of drainage when we hit these major events. In summary, and I'm sorry, but my memory's failing me. I believe I've addressed all of Mr. Tall's comments. It was about the window. The window at the front and whether or not this is already constructed. We do have a permit for the higher poured foundation that involves an elevation that has that window in place. And so that is approved, and it was able to be constructed under that approval. My client, as you can appreciate, during the midst of construction, has a variety of costs and layering of trades and material that are being delivered. It was sufficiently inspected, and the communication with the inspector for the change order based on the poured foundation approved the additional window. And so that window is now being served for the proposed room. So it is there, but it's not an after the fact. This is a change order, and we're coming to committee during construction. We're not paying an after the fact fee because this isn't an order to comply or something that we're doing cheekily, if you will. I'm going to move now, committee, if you please, to Mr. Singh's comments about elevation. And actually, the page that I want to take staff to is page 13 of the same presentation, yes? And in the bottom left corner, and I have to apologize to Mr. Singh, the drawings that are submitted in most part, except for number 13 and 12, actually have to do with the approved building permit that came after we poured the foundation. So he's correct, there is a consistent elevation across most of the drawings, except for these drawings, which I'm going to take staff to the bottom left corner of page 13. You can see that the poured slab of the previous approval was actually 88.39. And so that was the proposal that was before committee before we did the investigations and found the unstable soils. Just over to the left, if you don't mind zooming into the left, yeah, just lower than that, you can see the bottom number there, that's the top of slab, that was the previous approval, and that's 88.39, and if you go up to page 12, you can see the 88.39 4.33. And so that's the 94 centimeter delta. But I can understand his confusion, why it was consistent across drawings, because we do have a approval for this, but that wasn't the approval that was previous to the committee before we investigated the soils. And so, Mr. Chair, the last notion that was raised by Mr. Singh relates to precedent. And I did do a research of about 500 meters in the immediate and broader context. And you can see on page 17 of the same presentation that there are a number of other FSIs, immediate and broader. For smaller lots, mind you, it's important that street by street, house by house, but no house makes a street and no street makes a neighborhood, but truly, and within the broader context and immediate context for similar lots and homes, you can see that we're not the first to be asking for an FSI of this nature, which goes towards the 1.5 in terms of stability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No. Thank you very much. We'll go into committee. Dylan?
First of all, I think that the applicant has actually addressed a lot of the questions in a satisfactory way. It helped me understand what's going on. Partially this is technical because they had to raise it. In terms of the study, that simply makes sense. I don't think it really has any significant impact. So I really feel like this is really quite minor and certainly not a bad thing to add more space within an existing approved framework. So I think this is minor and appropriate.
Okay. You want, anyone else have any comments, or you want to make a motion?
I'll make that a motion.
Okay. Is there conditions? No?
No.
Nope. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Reed, and all in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chair. Thank you, staff.
Okay, that's it for the morning. We have concluded the morning session. We will return, what do you say, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll return at 10 to 3.
10 to 3?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
If everyone can turn off their videos, microphones, we'll mute the room.